Chapter 2084. 7 poison puppets. The leader of the dozen or so martyrs had a broken sword stuck in his left chest. Only the tip of the broken sword was left. The surface of the broken sword was rusty and ordinary. The moment Zhuowen saw the broken sword, his pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his heart thumped wildly. Wasn't this broken sword the first half of the broken sword he had obtained from the ancient sword tomb? Zhuowen pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Zhuowen immediately shattered 300 divine soul star systems. Then his divine sense instantly increased by countless times. His terrifying divine sense transformed into a gigantic hand that shot out and grabbed the broken sword in front of the martyr's chest. Pucci! Zhuowen pulled out the broken sword without hesitation. The martyrs stared at Zhuowen. Under the gazes of so many double martyrs, Zhuowen felt dizzy, as if he would collapse at any moment. However, Zhuowen made a prompt decision to consume the heavenly domain star essence, which instantly healed his damaged divine soul and shattered his divine soul galaxy once again, allowing him to recover from his confused state. Grabbing the broken sword, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the tunnel. After Zhuowen's figure disappeared into the passageway, the martyrs arrived one after another. However, they seemed to have some kind of taboo. They lingered outside the passageway, not daring to enter. Zhuowen sped through the pitch-black tunnel for a long time until he could no longer hear the footsteps of the martyr behind him. Only then did he stop. Only then did Zhuowen start to look around. This was still a passageway, but Zhuowen's divine sense probed out first. He discovered that there was a huge stone room not far from the passageway. In the stone room, he also discovered Yao Xiong and the other two. They continued forward, and as soon as they entered the stone chamber, they immediately attracted the attention of Yao Xiong and the others. Brother Zhuo, why are you so slow? Did something happen to you outside just now? Yao Xiong turned to look at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen smiled and said, "It was the first time I saw so many martyrs. I was stunned for a moment, so I came in late." "I see." Yao Xiong took a deep look at Zhuowen and did not continue to ask. At this moment, Zhuowen began to look around the stone room. The walls around the stone room were overgrown with weeds, indicating that this stone room was ancient. The stone room was not big. There were 3 rooms in total. The ground was messy, and many pills were scattered everywhere. However, most of these pills were already in the windflower realm and would scatter with a single touch. They were completely unusable. As I said just now, Brother Zhuo contributed a lot to deciphering the 7-step rockfall formation, so we must let Brother Zhuo choose first. This stone room is quite big. Perhaps there is something good. The 3 of us don't need to touch it. Let Brother Zhuo search by himself. Whatever he finds will belong to Brother Zhuo. The 3 of us cannot take anything. Yao Xiong suddenly said this righteously, but Zhuowen's heart sank. The stone room in front of them was the entrance. What good things could there be? Yao Xiong had purposely said this because he wanted to use the things in the stone room to casually dismiss Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had the other half of the map fragment. He knew that the real good things were in the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins and not in this stone room. It was already good enough that he could find some divine medicine and pills in the stone room. It was wishful thinking to want better things. What? Is Zhuowen not satisfied? If you're not satisfied. Before Yao Xiong could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen appreciates Brother Yao's good intentions. How can I not be satisfied? It's just that my clone is seriously injured and my strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid that it will be extremely disadvantageous for me to continue. Therefore, I plan to recuperate in this stone room for a while, Zhuowen said. Yao Xiong frowned slightly. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and nodded. That's good. Brother Zhuo has put in a lot of effort this time. You do need to recuperate for a while. With that, Yao Xiong waved his sleeve. A black gas condensed into a human figure in front of him. It was an expressionless man in black. His skin was a strange greenish-black color, as if he had been poisoned. This is the 7 poisons puppet that I personally refined. The poison in its body is terrifying, and its toxicity is unparalleled. If an ordinary cultivator of the Void Sky 5th stage is not careful, they may be poisoned and seriously injured. I'll leave this puppet to you, Brother Joie. If you encounter any danger, this puppet can definitely help you, Yao Xiong said with a smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. It seemed that Yao Xiong was worried about him. He had actually placed such a puppet beside him to keep an eye on him. Thank you, Brother Yao, Zhuowen said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yao Xiong waved his hand and said hypocritically, Brother Joie, what are you saying? We are companions now. Naturally, we should help each other. Only in this way can we go far in this dangerous Luo God Palace ruins. Isn't that right? Now, the three of us will go ahead to explore. When the time comes, we will set up markings. When Brother Joie is done recuperating, just follow the markings and follow. Zhuowen did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Yao Xiong instructed again. The three of them left the stone room and began to explore the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins. After the three of them left, the puppet stared at Zhuowen, its tyrannical divine sense locked onto Zhuowen tightly, as if it was looking at a prisoner. The black-robed Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the spot and began to pretend to recuperate. Meanwhile, Zhuowen's original body began to search the 3 stone rooms. He carefully searched the first 2 stone rooms, but didn't find anything of value. When he entered the 3rd stone room, it was empty. There was only a praying mat stained with blood. Zhuowen carefully examined the praying mat. He slowly probed it with his divine sense and discovered that there was something mysterious about it. He took off the praying mat and discovered that there was a hole underneath it. He probed it with his divine sense and found a skeleton sitting cross-legged at the end of the hole. Zhuowen looked up and down at the skeleton. Under the skeleton's pelvis, he found a half-empty elixir. Zhuowen picked up the half-empty elixir and looked it up and down. He narrowed his eyes. He discovered that there were faint light patterns on the surface of the elixir. It looked 90% similar to the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill that Yao Xiong had given him. Zhuowen took out the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill and compared it with the half-empty elixir. Indeed, in terms of patterns, the 2 elixirs were almost identical. Without a doubt, this half-empty elixir was definitely the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the skeleton again. He discovered that the skeleton was completely black and was faintly surrounded by black gas. Furthermore, Zhuowen could sense the black gas with a sniff. It was probably a powerful and terrifying poisonous gas. Zhuowen looked at the skeleton and played with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill in his hand. The coldness in his eyes intensified. He was certain that there was something wrong with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Although he did not discover any poison in the Holy Forbidden Divine Pill, he knew that the skeleton was an example. He would not be fooled because of this. Of course, Zhuowen did not need to think to guess why the skeleton was sitting in the stone chamber and why it happened to have consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Yao Xiong must have entered the Luotian Palace ruins more than once. Yao Xiong knew a lot more than he did. He knew about the martyrs in the canyon and the interior of the Luotian Palace ruins. Perhaps Yao Xiong had long known that one person needed to be assimilated into a martyr to be allowed to pass through the canyon. Luo Sual had become a pitiful sacrifice in Yao Xiong's plan. As for Lady Ghost's curse, her array formation skills were extremely high. Yao Xiong had only invited her to open a path for them. As for Zhuowen, what did Yao Xiong see in him? Divine Soul, Zhuowen guessed the answer. During the battle with Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had also sensed that Zhuowen's divine soul was different. That was why he had invited him to enter the Luotian Palace ruins. In other words, there had to be something in the Luotian Palace ruins that required a powerful divine soul to decipher. However, Zhuowen felt that something was amiss. If Yao Xiong really needed Zhuowen, why would he give him the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? The Saint Forbidden Divine Pill was suspected to be poison. Wasn't Yao Xiong afraid that Zhuowen would be poisoned to death like the skeleton in front of him after consuming the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Consume it. You can advance by a small realm. A stuttering voice came from the door of the stone chamber. Zhuowen turned to look at the puppet with a sneer on his face. Now he knew why the owner of the skeleton had died of poison. The Saint Forbidden Divine pill was indeed not poison. However, there should be something in it that was related to the 7 poison puppets' poison. Once he consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine pill, he might be able to advance by a small realm. However, he would be restricted by the 7 poison puppets at the same time. At that time, the poison released by the 7 poison puppets might be able to kill Zhuowen. He would be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. If he did not want to die, he could only listen to the 7 poison puppets or the 7 poison puppets master, Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, you have a good idea. Chapter 2085. Luo Godstone, statue green light burst out of the 7 poisons puppet's eyes. With a grin, it shook its arms, releasing a dense poisonous gas that instantly spread throughout the stone chamber. Zhuowen calmly took out a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, poured it into his mouth, and held it in his mouth. The 7 poisons puppet's poisonous gas was really powerful. Not only did it cause terrible damage when it invaded the body, but it also had terrible corrosiveness when it touched the skin. If Zhuowen didn't rely on the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, this poisonous gas would be really troublesome for him. But now that he had the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Zhuowen had no scruples in this poisonous gas. Bang! Sword Swimming Great Void was used. Sword Light poured down like water, pouring down on the 7 poisons puppet. But the 7 poisons puppet was not easy to deal with. Its hands formed a series of seals, and green runes appeared on its arms. Bang! The 7 poisons puppet punched out with both fists at an extremely fast frequency, like cannonballs, endless, blocking the terrible sword light. Just as the 7 poisons puppet was about to counterattack, a palm suddenly grabbed its head from behind. The palm of this hand contained terrifying black thunderbolts, and they crackled continuously. Boom! The black thunderbolts were so terrible that the 7 poisons puppet's head was directly blown off. But the black thunderbolts did not stop. The terrifying black thunderbolts invaded the 7 poisons puppet's body and began to wantonly destroy it. Boom! 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 The 7 poisons puppet's body trembled violently, and with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces. After the 7 poisons puppet collapsed, a figure shrouded in demonic fog slowly walked out from behind it. It was the black-clothed Zhuowen. In Yao Xiong's impression, the black-clothed Zhuowen was seriously injured and was no longer a threat, so he did not let the 7 poisons puppet guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen. It was because the 7 poisons puppet did not guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen that the black-clothed Zhuowen successfully launched a sneak attack. The black-clothed Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned a devouring vortex, which absorbed all the poisonous gas in the surroundings. Zhuowen's true body slowly walked out of the poison gas. He glanced at the destroyed 7 poisons puppets and frowned, muttering to himself, "The 7 poisons puppets have been destroyed. That Yao Xiong will definitely sense it. I have to leave this place as soon as possible." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade slip from his spirit ring. This jade slip contained the route of the sun and moon grass that he had obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect. The map recorded the route inside the Luotian Palace ruins. Although there were no specific markings, it was better for Zhuowen to have this map than to blindly wander around the Luotian Palace ruins. After briefly skimming through the contents of the jade slip, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen and allowed him to continue comprehending the 1,000 sword rain in the spirit ring while he flew out of the stone room. Not long after Zhuowen left the stone chamber, 3 figures returned from outside the stone chamber. These 3 people were Yao Xiong and the other 2 people who had returned. Yao Xiong came to the broken 7 poisons puppet and silently looked at the puppet fragments under his feet. His face was as calm as still water, and no one could tell his true emotions. It seems that this Zhuowen did not know how to appreciate kindness. He actually attacked my 7 poisons puppet and destroyed it. You may know a person for a long time, but you cannot judge his true nature. After a long time, Yao Xiong sighed softly, and then his eyes burst with a cold, murderous intent. He continued, If I find this boy, I will not let him off. The ghost curse lady's eyes flashed, and she saw a clue. But she was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Now that she was tied to Yao Xiong and the king's spirit, if she did not rely on these two people, she would not be able to get out. So, she had to rely on them. The place was overgrown with weeds, and the fog was faintly discernible. The scenery in the distance was faintly discernible. Zhuowen sped along, passing through one valley after another. From time to time, he would stop and take out the jade slip to look at it for a moment, as if he was comparing the route. Not long after, he continued to move forward. After a while, Zhuowen arrived outside a valley. At the very front of the valley, there was an extremely tall mountain range. At the top of the mountain range, clouds lingered, and the shadow of a building could be vaguely seen. Zhuowen knew that this building was most likely the Luo God Palace of the past. This restriction, is it the Ghost Curse Lady's technique? Just as Zhuowen was about to enter the valley, his gaze fell on the entrance of the valley, and he found some clues. The entrance of the valley was originally sealed by a restriction, but now it had been broken by someone. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this method at all. It was the Ghost Curse Lady's method of breaking the array. After all, Zhuowen and the Ghost Curse Lady had worked together to deduce the path to the Luo God Palace ruins. Zhuowen knew the Ghost Curse Lady's method of breaking arrays very well. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then summoned several array discs with his right hand and set up a continuous trap and kill array. On top of the trap and kill array, Zhuowen set up a shielding array to completely conceal the trap and kill array. Zhuowen believed that with the Ghost Curse Lady and Yao Xiong's arrogance, they would have already broken the restriction here. They would definitely not expect someone to set up a trap and kill array here. Although the trap and kill array could not kill Yao Xiong and the others, it could at least annoy them. After doing this, Zhuowen turned into a shadow and disappeared from the valley. Not long after Zhuowen left, Yao Xiong and the others arrived at the entrance of the valley again. That Zhuowen is alone, and he doesn't have a map of the Luo God Palace ruins. He can only be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's go inside the Luo God Palace ruins first. Yao Xiong stopped outside the valley and pointed his right hand at the top of the mountain range at the end of the valley. He continued, at the top of the mountain, there is a huge building. That is the Luo God Palace ruins. The King's Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady both looked in the direction Yao Xiong pointed, their eyes burning with passion. Let's go in. The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled up as he stepped into the valley. However, the moment his right foot stepped into the valley, Yao Xiong had an ominous premonition. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a series of explosions under his feet. The explosions grew louder and louder, and a terrifying killing force instantly enveloped Yao Xiong. The King's Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady did not expect this to happen. The moment the explosions sounded, they quickly retreated, not caring about Yao Xiong. The explosions did not last long. They were annihilated by an even more terrifying force. Then, Yao Xiong walked out with a gloomy face. His face was green with anger. Ghost Curse Lady, you have to give me an explanation. Didn't you say that the entrance to the valley has been completely broken? What's the situation now? Don't tell me you didn't see what happened to me just now. Yao Xiong looked at the innocent Ghost Curse Lady furiously and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lady Ghost Curse was really frightened by this shout. She quickly explained, I don't know what's going on either. I've clearly broken through the restrictions at the entrance. That's impossible. After saying that, the Ghost Curse Lady walked to the entrance. She formed a seal with her hands and muttered something. Then, she said in a deep voice, someone has set up a chain of trap and kill arrays here. They have also set up a shielding array outside the trap and kill arrays. Yao Xiong calmed down at this moment. His chest heaved up and down. Finally, he said in a deep voice, You mean someone else came here before us? That's impossible. We're the only ones who entered this place. There can't be outsiders. The King's Spirit suddenly interrupted. Brother Yao, did you forget about Zhuowen? That little bastard's array skills are not bad. Yao Xiong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Lady Ghost Curse, we have to be careful from now on. If Zhuowen really runs ahead of us, he might set a trap for us." The Ghost Curse lady nodded. Then she suddenly wondered, how did Zhuowen get here? I remember that we took the wrong path several times before we finally arrived here. But maybe that kid is just lucky. Be careful from now on. If you can find Zhuowen, capture him immediately. I still have some use for him, Yao Xiong said. Then the three of them entered the valley. However, the three of them were much more vigilant than before. If there was even the slightest movement, the three of them would be on guard. At this moment, at the end of the valley, the top of the tall mountain range was shrouded in fog. Zhuowen stood in the hazy fog. His eyes fell on the huge group of buildings in front of him. Inside this group of buildings, there were countless palaces made of white marble. They looked many times more advanced than the palaces of mortal emperors. However, the building complex was now lifeless. Zhuowen even discovered that most of the buildings were rather dilapidated, as if they were in ruins. In the center of this group of buildings, there was an incomparably huge stone statue. The original form of this stone sculpture was that of a woman. Moreover, it was a beautiful woman with outstanding looks. This woman's eyes were slightly open. She looked down at the earth and the world with disdain. Her charm was outstanding. It was as if the entire sky was in her eyes. It was not worth mentioning. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that this was a very proud woman. She was also a very strong woman. For this woman's stone statue to be able to stand in the middle of the Luotian Palace ruins, she must be the founder of the Luotian Palace. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He walked towards the Luotian Palace ruins that were vaguely shrouded in fog. Zhuowen, who had a complete map of the Luotian Palace ruins, avoided many dangers along the way. He arrived in front of the Luotian Palace ruins without any obstructions. The sun and moon grass. I must find it in the Luotian Palace ruins. Chen Shui, you must wait for me, Zhuowen said as his footsteps became firmer. Zhuowen stopped in front of the gates of the Luotian Palace ruins. This was a huge mountain gate. It was made of sparkling, celestial jade. The celestial fog that filled the air made people feel like they were in a fairyland. Chapter 2086. Zhuowen looked at the buildings in front of him and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped onto the stone steps. To Zhuowen's surprise, there were no restrictions or pressure on the stone steps. They were just like ordinary steps. But the more normal they were, the stranger Zhuowen felt. Along the way, he had encountered many obstacles and difficulties, but the entrance to the Luo God Palace ruins was as smooth as a mountain. I have to be more careful, Zhuowen muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. At the same time, he took out the Jade Scroll and began to compare the route. According to the Jade Scroll, the interior of the Luo God Palace ruins was like a maze. It was extremely complicated. Just looking at the map gave Zhuowen a headache, let alone experiencing himself. The Luo God Palace was divided into 3 areas. According to the Jade Scroll, each area had its own corresponding checkpoint and danger. If one was not careful, it was easy to die inside. Zhuowen stepped onto the stone steps and arrived at the first area of the Luo God Palace. It was a huge open space. Around the open space were scattered ruins and building debris. It was like a ruin, Zhuowen muttered to himself, but he did not continue forward. Instead, he looked around and noticed a ruin on the left. Zhuowen rushed to the ruin and moved the big rock at the top. He went in and sealed the big rock again. After hiding in the ruins, Zhuowen set up a concealment formation. At the same time, his extremely enormous soul even gave birth to a terrifyingly powerful divine sense that enveloped the surroundings, faking the aura to be exactly the same as the surroundings. When he followed Yao Xiong and the others in, Zhuowen could clearly feel that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit must have been here several times. They must have been inside the Luo God Palace ruins. He came to this conclusion because of his observation and the calmness of the Luo God Palace ruins. Just now, when Zhuowen had stepped onto the steps, he had sensed that something was wrong. This was because he had used his powerful divine sense to investigate the stone steps. Originally, there was a powerful restriction on the stone steps, but it had been broken by someone. Zhuowen guessed that it was Yao Xiong and the King Spirit who had broken the restriction. If the two of them had been there before, they must have been familiar with the place. If Zhuowen went in first, he'd have to face Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. Zhuowen was strong, but against a 7th-level virtual sky elite like King Spirit, it was still difficult. On the other hand, Yao Xiong's schemes were as deep as the sea. Although it was only 6 steps void sky, Zhuowen could feel that Yao Xiong was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. After all, he had observed the King Spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong when they were traveling together. Luo Suo was also a virtual sky 6 steps elite, but in the eyes of the King Spirits, he was just trash. But the King Spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong was different. Zhuowen could see that the King Spirit treated Yao Xiong as an equal. It didn't look down on Yao Xiong, and it even seemed to be afraid of him. From this, it could be seen that Yao Xiong was not simple. Now, Zhuowen had completely fallen out with these people. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Zhuowen wasn't ready to face Yao Xiong and the King Spirit head-on, so it would be best if he didn't encounter them. Zhuowen didn't know what dangers lurked inside the Luo God Palace, so he planned to wait and see what Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were up to. At this time, Yao Xiong, the King Spirit, and the Ghost Curse Lady had arrived outside the Luo God Palace ruins. Along the way, we haven't encountered any trap arrays. It seems that Zhuowen has taken the wrong route, the Ghost Curse Lady said coldly. Yao Xiong laughed coldly and said, "The route here is very complicated. If you don't have a map or have explored it before, it won't be easy to find the right way." The King Spirit nodded and said, "Then let's put Zhuowen aside for now. Let's enter the Luo God Palace first." The Ghost Curse Lady suddenly said, "I heard that the reason the Luo God reached the 9 steps void sky was because he was lucky enough to obtain the blood of heaven. Because of that, he was favored by the rules of the universe. Is that true?" Yao Xiong narrowed his eyes and looked at the Ghost Curse Lady. He smiled and said, "That's right. Although the blood of heaven is a legend, it is not without evidence. Why is it that there are almost no cultivators who have reached the 9 steps void sky? Most of them stop at the 8 steps void sky. The main reason is that the rules of the universe don't recognize cultivators. After all, once you understand life and death, you are basically on the same level as the rules of the universe. As long as the universe doesn't die, cultivators who understand life and death won't die unless they are destroyed by external forces. However, things are different with the blood of heaven. The blood of heaven is illusory. It is said that the blood of heaven is formed by the rules of the universe. If you absorb the blood of heaven, you'll have the potential to reach the 9 steps void sky." The King Spirit's eyes were burning. He continued, "The Luo God Palace has many secrets. If we can uncover them, even if we don't have the blood of heaven, with the power of the Luo God Palace, we will benefit a lot." The Ghost Curse Lady nodded, but her heart was beating fast. The blood of heaven, understanding life and death, which cultivator wouldn't want it? Then why did Lord Brahma suppress the Luo God? And is the Luo God dead or alive? The Ghost Curse Lady asked again. Yao Xiong shook his head and said, "This is a mystery. I only know that the Luo God Palace is in ruins. The Luo God is said to be dead. Lord Brahma never interfered with the affairs of the Far West. He never even set foot in the Far West. As for the truth, the records in the ancient books are vague. There is no reasonable explanation." The King Spirit suddenly said, "There is nothing to say. Whether the Luo God Palace has the blood of heaven or not, we will know when we go in. As for the truth, it is a mystery. There is no need to investigate. Brother D is right. Let's go in first," Yao Xiong said with a smile. The 3 of them stepped onto the stone steps and quickly entered the Luo God Palace. They came to the open space where Zhuowen had been before. The Luotian Palace ruins are divided into 3 areas. Back then, Brother D and I explored it several times, but we only entered the first 2 areas. The 3rd area, which is the core area of the Luotian Palace ruins, is very difficult to enter. Yao Xiong pointed to the huge Luo Godstone statue in front of them and continued. The Luo Godstone statue is located in the core area. The real good things are in this area. However, we have to be careful in the first two areas. When Brother D and I entered these two areas, we encountered a lot of trouble. Yao Xiong reminded them again. The three of them continued to go deeper and soon disappeared at the end of the open space. When Yao Xiong and the other two disappeared into the open space, Zhuan slowly walked out of the ruins. His eyes flashed as he looked ahead and frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he followed. After passing through the open space, they came to a broken temple. The temple was very large, covering tens of thousands of miles. If it had been complete, it would have been a shocking building. Now it was just a pile of ruins. The temple was still eerily quiet. There was nothing useful, not to mention restrictions or things. There were only ruins around. Zhuan continued to move forward. He was getting closer and closer to the Luo Godstone statue, but the surroundings were still quiet. Suddenly, the movement in front of him attracted Zhuan. He came to the corner, poked his head out, and looked over. What entered his eyes was an incomparably huge door. The door was very tall. It was 500 feet tall and sat outside the Luo Godstone statue. And inside the door, there was a 7-colored fog lingering around. The rainbow-colored fog obscured everything in the core area. Only the stone statue of a Luo god, which pierced through the clouds, stood out from the rest and could be seen clearly. In front of the door, Yao Xiong, the king's spirit, and the ghost curse lady stood quietly. The ghost curse lady and Yao Xiong were knocking on the door. It seemed that they were trying to open the restrictions on the door. The king's spirit blasted out a series of spells, trying to break the door. Unfortunately, the king's spirit's attacks were as soft as cotton candy when they landed on the door. This is the core area. The restrictions on the door are too scary. My attacks are useless. The king's spirit took a few steps back and looked very serious. Yao Xiong looked at the king's spirit and smiled bitterly. Brother D, don't waste your energy. Didn't you try last time? The restrictions on the door can't be broken with brute force. The king's spirit snorted but did not answer. The ghost curse lady suddenly looked happy and said, I have a way to break it, but I need the two of you to help me. Then the three of them discussed and worked together to open the restriction on the door. Then the three of them entered the door. Zhuan frowned. His eyes flashed, and he decided to go and have a look. He rushed to the door and looked up and down. Suddenly, his face changed. He found that the restriction on the door in front of him was not broken at all. How did the ghost curse lady and her companions get in? Oh no, I've been tricked. Zhuan thought to himself. He immediately retreated. Unfortunately, an invisible ripple formed behind him and blocked his retreat. Only then did Zhuan discover that a very powerful confinement-killing array had appeared around him at who knows when. Judging from the aura of the trap and kill array, it was a level 7 trap and kill array. With Zhuan's current strength, it would take him a lot of effort to break this trap and kill array. However, he knew that since someone had set up a trap and kill array here, they were waiting for him to take the bait. If he guessed correctly, the person who set up the trap and kill array was not far away. As expected, the moment Zhuan was trapped in the trap and kill array, footsteps sounded. Chapter 2087. Formless Grand Zhuan's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Yao Xiong, who walked out of the door. He said in a low voice, Camouflage? The three of you didn't break the restriction on this door at all? The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled slightly. He said, If we didn't set up a camouflage, would you be so easily fooled? Following behind us for so long. You must be tired, right? How did you discover me? Zhuan's brows knitted slightly. He remembered that he was already careful enough, but he was still discovered by Yao Xiong and the rest. He really could not understand. Yao Xiong smiled and said, I can recognize the aura on the 7 poisons puppets. Although you destroyed the 7 poisons puppets, you were also contaminated by the poison gas on their bodies. Although I don't know how you resisted the poison gas of the 7 poisons puppets, this poison gas is colorless and odorless. It takes a very long time to completely disperse. When you were hiding in the ruins, I already detected you. It's just that I didn't point it out. Zhuowen secretly cursed this Yao Xiong for being cunning in his heart. He actually did something to the 7 poisons puppets. It was truly hateful to the extreme. When Zhuowen still wanted to speak, Yao Xiong grinned hideously and said, "Brother Zhuowen, you don't need to stall for time anymore. Although your formation's Dao level is not bad, wanting to break this 7th level confinement killing array is not something that can be done in a short time." Zhuowen was silent, but he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Although he was currently trapped inside the confinement killing array, if this Yao Xiong wanted to capture him, then he had to undo the confinement killing array first. Once Yao Xiong undid the confinement killing array, that would be the opportunity for Zhuowen to leave. Except, what made Zhuowen surprised was that Yao Xiong did not undo the confinement killing array. Instead, he took out a brocade box from his bosom. Opening the brocade box, an orange bead lay quietly inside. This bead looked simple and unremarkable, without too many characteristics. But the instant Zhuowen saw this bead, his pupils shrank. Soul-sealing bead? Zhuowen's expression was ugly. The so-called soul-imprisoning pearl was a kind of pearl that could imprison the divine soul. This kind of bead had an absolute suppressive effect on a cultivator's soul. Once this spirit-sealing bead was used on a cultivator, that cultivator's soul would definitely be imprisoned, making it difficult for them to even release their spiritual sense. Divine sense was extremely important to a cultivator. If a cultivator was unable to release their divine sense, their combat strength would be greatly affected. "Your eyesight is not bad." Yao Xiong smiled and gave Di Ling a look. He threw the soul-imprisoning pearl to Di Ling. The king spirit took the forbidden soul orb and grinned. He grabbed the orb with his right hand, infused it with God power, and threw it into the trap array. As soon as the soul-imprisoning pearl entered the trap and kill array, it emitted a terrifying orange light. This light seemed to have no destructive power, but it silently drilled into Zhuowen's glabella and set up all kinds of restraining forces in Zhuowen's spiritual space. Although Zhuowen's divine soul was strong enough, this soul-imprisoning pearl was a strange object that specialized in restraining divine souls. Even though Zhuowen tried his best to resist, he could not stop his divine soul from being sealed. Yao Xiong frowned and looked at Zhuowen, who was still struggling. He murmured in a low voice, "The strength of this kid's divine soul is beyond my expectations." Generally speaking, as soon as the soul-imprisoning pearl is used, most cultivators' divine souls would be sealed immediately, but this kid is still able to hold on. Thinking of this, Yao Xiong threw out another soul-imprisoning pearl with his right hand. This time, the restraining force around Zhuowen became even more terrifying. Even though the 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space were running at the same time, it was still useless. He could only watch as his spiritual space was completely sealed, as if time had stopped. However, the moment Zhuowen's divine soul was completely sealed, he opened his spirit ring, took out a bottle of heavenly domain star essence, and hid it in his sleeve. After Zhuowen's divine soul was sealed by 2 soul-imprisoning pearls, the ghost curse lady released the trap and kill array. Yao Xiong walked slowly to Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry. Who asked you to kill my 7 poison puppets? And you secretly followed us. I'm afraid you don't have good intentions, do you?" Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared coldly at Yao Xiong. He said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, you misunderstood. I didn't kill the 7 poison puppets. What do you mean by attacking me now? And the Luotian Palace is in danger. This is not the time for internal strife. I think we should work together to overcome this crisis." The smile on Yao Xiong's face widened. He said with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you do it, I'll write off what happened before. How about it?" Zhuowen's heart sank. He had a bad feeling, but the situation was pressing. He knew that no matter what condition Yao Xiong put forward, he had to agree. Although the 2 soul-imprisoning pearls had completely sealed his divine soul was very strong. Now he was operating the celestial star meditation diagram with all his strength, slowly breaking the power of the soul imprisoning pearls. Of course, now that Yao Xiong was in front of him, Zhuowen didn't try to break it openly. If Yao Xiong found out, it would be terrible. What do you want me to do? Zhuowen asked warily. Yao Xiong smiled and said, It's very simple. Do you see the door in front of you? This door is the door to the core area of the Luotian Palace. The restriction inside is very strong. Even if the three of us work together, we can't break it. However, there's a flaw in the restriction on the door, and the key to opening the door is in that flaw. As long as you enter that flaw and obtain the key, we'll write off all past grievances. How about it? Zhuowen's heart sank. Although Yao Xiong made it sound easy, he knew that the so-called flaw in the door was definitely very dangerous. This restriction was so terrifying. If he went deep into the restriction, wasn't that just courting death? Yao Xiong saw Zhuowen hesitate and smiled again. If Brother Zhuo is unwilling, I won't force you. However, I'll go, Zhuowen said calmly. Although Yao Xiong was polite to him now, he knew that this guy was very shrewd. Even if he didn't agree, he would probably forcefully throw him into the restriction of the door. Haha, Brother Zhuo is really straightforward. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhuo. Yao Xiong laughed. Can I take away the soul imprisoning pearl before going in? Zhuowen asked. Yao Xiong sneered. Brother Zhuo, don't mention it. I'll take out the key for you. Didn't I say just now? There's no danger inside the restriction. It doesn't matter whether you take the soul imprisoning pearl or not. Zhuowen cursed in his heart. He knew that Yao Xiong was pushing him into the fire pit. However, he had no choice. Now that he was under the control of others, he could only do as Yao Xiong said. Of course, Zhuowen couldn't figure out what Yao Xiong was planning. Yao Xiong said to Lady Ghost Curse, Lady Ghost Curse, I'll leave the rest to you. Find the flaw in the restriction so that Brother Zhuo can enter. Lady Ghost Curse looked at Zhuowen sympathetically and sighed in her heart. There was indeed a flaw in the door, but Lady Ghost Curse wasn't sure if it was safe inside. She guessed that it was very dangerous. Lady Ghost Curse knew that Yao Xiong was talking nonsense when he said that it was absolutely safe inside. Lady Ghost Curse floated in front of the door and made a gesture with both hands. Then, a stream of black gas gushed out from her 5 fingers and merged into the door. In a short while, the door was dyed black. Lady Ghost Curse closed her eyes and carefully sensed the aura. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, which were shining. The black gas that was attached to the door all flowed into the upper right side of the door. Then, Lady Ghost Curse pointed with both hands and shot out several formation discs at the upper right side of the door where the black gas gathered. Suddenly, the black gas began to swirl and eventually turned into a black vortex entrance. Yao Xiong smiled and looked at Zhuowen, whose face was gloomy, and said, Brother Zhuo, go in. Remember to find the key inside. Whether the door can be opened or not depends on you. Yao Xiong released a terrifying aura as he spoke. He was on guard, guarding against Zhuowen's resistance and escape at any time. However, to his surprise, Zhuowen only hesitated for a moment and obediently went to the vortex entrance. Brother Yao, I hope you'll keep your word, Zhuowen said and stepped into the vortex. Yao Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and sneered at the same time. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly punched out, and the weak point of the whirlpool was directly smashed into smithereens. Zhuowen then took a step with his right foot and directly entered the whirlpool. However, when Zhuowen completely entered, the vortex could not bear the burden and collapsed completely. This bastard, does he know something? Yao Xiong's expression changed drastically. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The restriction on the door of the core area was called the phaseless formation. This formation would always have a flaw on the surface of the restriction. Moreover, this flaw was real. Cultivators could enter the flaw and explore it. Once the exploration was successful, they would be able to enter the core area through the phaseless formation. This phaseless formation was extremely rare. Even the people in the outside world who knew about it did not know about it. Yao Xiong had only learned about the existence of this phaseless formation after consulting many ancient books. Given Yao Xiong's character, it was naturally impossible for him to take the lead and enter the flaw to explore. After all, this phaseless formation was not a good place. Even he was in danger of dying. As for Zhuowen, he was just a test subject that Yao Xiong planned to put in. He knew very well that as long as Zhuowen was not dead, this phaseless formation was not very dangerous. However, if he was dead, Yao Xiong would still not take the risk. Instead, he would let the ghost-cursed lady go in and explore again. He would not enter until he had completely confirmed the situation inside the phaseless formation. However, this formless grand array had a flaw. Once a cultivator found a flaw in it, the flaw in the formless grand array would completely disappear. If he wanted to find the flaw again, he would have to wait for the phaseless formation to completely recover. Chapter 2088. The Defiant inside the formless array, all kinds of weapons appeared and blasted toward Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that these weapons were basically targeting his soul and not his physical body. Moreover, these attacks were extremely powerful and terrifying. When used on his soul, it was enough to completely annihilate it. If an ordinary cultivator fell into this formless array, he would probably be killed immediately. Bang! Zhuowen endured the severe pain in his spirit, and was pleasantly surprised to find that cracks had appeared on the soul-trapping pearl suspended in his spiritual space under the attack of the formless array. Let's break the soul-trapping pearl in one go. Zhuowen's eyes showed a determined look. More than 300 divine soul galaxies operated at the same time. His spiritual consciousness turned into a hurricane and blasted on the soul-trapping pearl. Suddenly, the cracks on the surface of the soul-trapping pearl became bigger and bigger, and eventually spread throughout the entire soul-trapping pearl. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soul-trapping pearl was completely broken, and Zhuowen's spirit was completely liberated. At the same time, the terrifying attack of the formless array poured into Zhuowen's spiritual space and began to destroy it unscrupulously. Zhuowen sat in the formless array and endured the terrifying attack of the formless array. He only felt a splitting headache, as if his whole head was about to explode. At this moment, more than 300 divine soul galaxies suspended in Zhuowen's spiritual space were exploding one by one. The tearing force produced by the exploding galaxies made Zhuowen involuntarily groan in pain. After the divine soul galaxies exploded, Zhuowen did not hesitate to take out the heavenly starry sky essence that he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. He drank a drop, then took another sip and held it in his mouth. With the heavenly starry sky essence, Zhuowen's spirit was restored to its peak, and he began to operate the star's meditation diagram to resist the attack of the formless array with his spirit. Gradually, Zhuowen found that as he continued to resist the attack of the formless array with his spirit was invisibly strengthening, and the number of divine soul galaxies also showed signs of increasing. Upon discovering this, Zhuowen was overjoyed. Although the formless array's attack on the divine soul was exceptionally terrifying, and every time he used it, his divine soul would be smashed into smithereens. However, Zhuowen had a treasure like the heavenly domain starry sky essence, so he was not afraid at all. Every time his divine soul could not withstand an attack, he would immediately take the heavenly domain starry sky essence to restore his damaged divine soul to its peak. Going back and forth like this, Zhuowen's divine soul constellation started to increase. Days passed, and Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged in the formless array for a total of 5 years. In these 5 years, Zhuowen had basically used his divine soul to resist the attacks of the formless array. His divine soul was many times stronger than it was 5 years ago. The celestial star meditation diagram was indeed amazing. It was by relying on this cultivation method that Zhuowen's soul could improve so quickly. 5 years ago, there were only a little over 300 divine soul galaxies in his divine soul space. But now his divine soul had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the number of divine soul galaxies had reached about 1,000. 1,000 divine soul galaxies. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was no exaggeration to say that the strength of Zhuowen's divine soul at this moment was comparable to the level of old monsters in the Void Heaven 8 Steps. As for the Void Heaven 9 Steps, Zhuowen had never seen it before, so he did not know how strong the divine soul of a terrifying powerhouse like the Void Heaven 9 Steps was. However, Zhuowen estimated that the Void Heaven 9 Steps had already comprehended life and death. It was a realm that many old monsters in the Void Heaven 8 Steps dreamt of but could not reach. From this, it could be seen that the Void Heaven 9 Steps was definitely many times stronger than the Void Heaven 8 Steps, or even a realm on another level. Zhuowen guessed that if his divine soul galaxy could reach about 10,000, it might be comparable to the Void Heaven 9 Steps. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Back then, Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Sakyamuni were all Void Heaven 9 Steps experts, or even stronger. However, Zhuowen had never seen such an existence fight before, so he could only guess. In any case, the strength of Zhuowen's spirit was absolutely beyond imagination. This was absolutely true. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a terrifying attack suddenly appeared around Zhuowen. These attacks were ever-changing. Saber formations, fire, flood, arrow rain, and so on. As long as it was a natural disaster or man-made disaster, it was basically within the scope of these changes. This was the attack of the Formless Formation. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen's terrifying divine sense transformed into a whirlpool, and the incoming attacks were all reduced to nothingness. Although the attacks of the Formless Great Array were as terrifying as ever, Zhuowen was no longer the same as before. These attacks no longer had any effect on him. Zhuowen stood up and looked behind him. This Formless Great Array was extremely peculiar. Ever since he had completely destroyed that flaw, this Formless Great Array had not revealed any more flaws. Yao Xiong and the other two were now outside the door. No matter how many methods they used, they could not enter the Formless Great Array. When Zhuowen first destroyed the flaw, it was actually a sudden idea. Of course, it was closely related to the remaining half of the map he had. In the map, there are only a few words describing the characteristics of the Formless Great Array. At that time, Zhuowen had wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect to get it right. Zhuowen hesitated for a moment, but he did not return. Instead, he looked in front of the Formless Great Array. He knew that as long as he could pass through the Formless Great Array, he should be able to enter the core area of the Luo God Palace ruins. The restrictions in the first two areas of the Luo God Palace ruins should have been broken by Yao Xiong and the others. The good things inside should have been taken by Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit. Only the core area was left untouched by Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit. Although Yao Xiong knew the characteristics of the Formless Great Array, he did not dare take the risk. After all, the Formless Great Array was too scary. If he was not careful, the chances of him dying were too high. If Zhuowen did not have the Heavenly Star Essence, he would have died 1,000 times in the Formless Great Array. He would not have been able to use the Formless Great Array to refine his soul. I have to get the sun and moongrass. Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit want to enter the core area of the Luo God Palace ruins. There must be something good inside. I wonder what else is there. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he walked in front of the Formless Great Array. As he went deeper, Zhuowen found that the power of the Formless Great Array was increasing. However, it still didn't have much of an effect on Zhuowen's powerful soul. Instead, Zhuowen relied on the Formless Grand Array to continuously temper his soul, causing it to become more and more powerful. In the Formless Great Array, Zhuowen walked for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, Zhuowen stopped at the edge of the Formless Great Array. At the edge of the Formless Great Array, there was a 7-colored fog. The 7-colored fog was the same one Zhuowen had seen outside the door. The 7-colored fog seemed to cover the entire core area, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was inside. Zhuowen knew that as long as he entered the other side of the seven-colored fog, he would be able to enter the core area. When Zhuowen was about to step into the seven-colored fog, he vaguely heard a dreamlike chanting coming from the other side of the seven-colored fog. Zhuowen frowned slightly. When he wanted to listen carefully, he found that although the voice was echoing in his ears, he couldn't hear what it was saying. This aroused Zhuowen's curiosity. Pang! The moment Zhuowen stepped into the seven-colored fog, a force suddenly acted on his right foot, and then Zhuowen flew out. Zhuowen twisted his waist and forcefully flipped in the air, landing on the ground and looking ahead gloomily. This! Zhuowen's eyes showed fear. At the edge of the seven-colored fog, a skinny figure slowly walked over. This figure was a young man. His whole body was as thin as firewood, and his hair was all gone. Moreover, this person's skin was transparent. Zhuowen could even clearly see the dense blood vessels under this person's skin. Martyr? Zhuowen hurriedly took a few steps back, staring at the strange thin young man walking slowly in front of him with fear. After a moment of careful observation, Zhuowen found that the thin young man in front of him was somewhat different from a martyr. The martyr he encountered in the gorge had a nearly transparent lower body, but the upper body was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, his eyes were confused and lifeless, like the living dead. But the thin young man in front of him was completely transparent. Moreover, Zhuowen found that the thin young man's eyes were clear. There was no confusion at all. Instead, he was firm. Martyr? Haha, don't equate me with those weak-willed people in the Suffering Gorge. Those guys are called martyrs, and I am a defiant. The young man who called himself a defiant spoke for the first time, and it instantly shocked Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked up and down at the thin young man again. Besides the appearance of the latter was similar to the martyr, his temperament and eyes were completely different from the martyr in the gorge. Your divine soul is very special. It actually formed its own galaxy. Moreover, you have so much heavenly domain starry essence. No wonder you could survive in the phaseless formation. You're amazing, the young man said lightly. Zhuowen frowned slightly, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This young man could see through the heavenly domain starry essence in his body. You don't have to be nervous. Maybe you're wondering why I know you have so much heavenly domain starry essence, right? Haha, I didn't see through it. It was my Lord who saw through it. My appearance here is my Lord's idea. The corners of the young man's mouth rose slightly, and there was no hostility in his eyes. Chapter 2089. Eerie, come with me. Isn't the purpose of your trip to the Luo God Palace ruins to look for treasures? The real Luo God Palace is inside the rainbow fog. You can find anything you want. The young man smiled slightly, staring at Zhuowen with a kind gaze as he slowly spoke. Zhuowen frowned. He looked at the young man for a long time and finally decided to go in. The sun and moon grass might be inside the Luo God Palace. It was the only divine item that could balance the yin and yang in Mu Qinshue's soul. As long as Mu Qinshue's soul was balanced, Zhuowen could use the heavenly starry sky essence to awaken Mu Qinshue. Therefore, Zhuowen would not let go of the opportunity to get the sun and moon grass. Even if the Luo God Palace was dangerous, Zhuowen would not back down. Let's go, Zhuowen said calmly. The young man smiled and immediately entered the seven-colored fog in front of him. Zhuowen mused for a moment before following the young man into the seven-colored fog. Outside the door, Yao Xiong and Di Ling looked gloomy. They had waited here for 5 years, but the formless array had not shown any flaws. This made the two of them, who were originally very anxious, feel even more anxious in their hearts. It's here. The formless array's flaw has appeared again. Lady Ghost Curse, who was studying the formless array, suddenly shouted in surprise. Yao Xiong and Di Ling rushed forward and said to Lady Ghost Curse, "Quickly find the flaw and open the passage." Lady Ghost Curse nodded. She made a series of hand seals with both hands, and her 5 fingers quickly formed hand seals. The black fog spewed out and covered the surface of the door again. Then, The black fog gathered below the door. Lady Ghost Curse made another gesture, and the black fog gathered below the door, forming a black vortex. Lady Ghost Curse, you go in first. Lady Ghost Curse smiled and looked at Yao Xiong. She wanted to take credit, but when she heard Yao Xiong's indifferent words, her heart sank. Brother Yao, this is a formless formation. With my current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. Lady Ghost Curse said, trembling. Yao Xiong stared coldly at the Ghost Curse lady, causing her hair to stand on end and her back to break out in cold sweat. The King Spirit's eyes were cold. A murderous divine sense enveloped the Ghost Curse lady like a dark cloud. The Lady of Curses was trembling, and her face was pale. She quickly lowered her head and said, I'll go. Lady Ghost Curse entered the vortex under the watchful eyes of Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. This time, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were much more cautious. If the Ghost Curse lady tried to destroy the vortex, they would kill her immediately. The Ghost Curse lady also thought of this joke, so she didn't destroy the entrance like Zhuowen. Instead, she obediently entered the whirlpool. After Ghost Curse lady entered the entrance, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked at each other and followed. As soon as Yao Xiong and the King Spirit entered, they were attacked by the formless formation. They couldn't help but cover their foreheads and use their divine senses to resist the attack. In front of them, the Ghost Curse lady's face was pale. Her hands were constantly forming seals, and she was struggling to move forward. After about 10 steps, the Ghost Curse lady clutched her head and fell to the ground. Her vitality disappeared in an instant. Obviously, the Ghost Curse lady couldn't resist the formless formation's divine sense attack. Her vitality was completely gone. Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked at each other with fear. This formless formation is really powerful. Although the Ghost Curse lady's cultivation is weak, her divine sense is comparable to the Void Sky 5th step. She couldn't withstand it for long. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed. The King Spirit said, Brother Yao, I know you are prepared. In this situation, you can't hide anything. Yao Xiong smiled and said, Of course not. After passing through the formless formation, the core area of the Luo God Palace is the key. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Then, Yao Xiong took out 2 palm-sized pieces of green wood from his spirit ring and handed them to the King Spirit. This is the Soul Guard wood. It is mainly used to strengthen the divine sense. You can use it to strengthen the defense of your divine sense. The King Spirit took the Soul Guard wood, and his eyes lit up. The moment he touched the Soul Guard wood, he felt that his divine sense had been strengthened a lot. Brother Yao, you have a lot of good things on you. You even have something like the Soul Guard wood that can strengthen the divine sense. The King Spirit said meaningfully. Yao Xiong smiled and said, I was just lucky. I got the Soul Guard wood by accident. It's not particularly precious. Speaking of which, the formless formation is so scary. Even if you and I have a Soul Guard wood, we might not be able to pass through it. 5 years ago, Zhuowen died here, just like the Ghost Curse lady, right? The King Spirit nodded and said, although Zhuowen's divine sense was strong, he couldn't have lasted too long in the formless formation. It's good that he died. After all, if a cultivator with a strong divine sense dies in the formless formation, it will weaken the power of the formation. After all, he did contribute a little bit to us. Yao Xiong nodded in agreement and said regretfully, there are not many suitable cultivators that can be summoned this time. Most of the cultivators I know have died in the formless formation. Fortunately, Zhuowen and the Ghost Curse lady's divine sense are quite strong. It's a pity that Luo Chua was taken away by the martyrs. If he hadn't been taken away by the martyrs, he could have been useful in the formless formation. The King Spirit sneered and said, Luo Chua's divine sense is not strong. He mainly has a strong physical body. Didn't you call him here to safely pass through the canyon? If no new martyrs appear, the 4 of us won't be able to pass through the canyon. Yao Xiong didn't realize that he had been seen through. He just smiled calmly and said, Brother D, didn't we do this the last few times? Now that the formless formation has weakened a lot, at least with the soul guard wood, it won't affect our lives." The king's spirit nodded and said solemnly, "I heard that there are not only martyrs in the Luotian palace, but also defiants. If you encounter them, you have to be careful. They are even more terrifying than the martyrs." Hearing the king's spirit mention the defiants, Yao Xiong's eyes became serious. He took a deep breath and said, "The defiants are indeed a big problem. They are much stronger than the martyrs and have high intelligence. They are better at lying and illusions. However, I still have a way to deal with the Dao defiants if we encounter them. Fortunately, I heard that there are only a few Dao defiants in the Luotian palace, so we might not encounter any of them once we enter." The king's spirit nodded, and the two of them slowly walked into the depths of the formless formation. After entering the seven-colored fog, Zhuowen felt a white light shining on him. It was extremely dazzling. He narrowed his eyes, then opened them again. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he was completely stunned. What appeared before his eyes was a gigantic stone statue of the god of Luo. Around the Luotian stone statue, there were many white jade palaces. The seven-colored fog was like a carpet that dragged on the ground and spread out. It was like a paradise on earth. Zhuowen originally thought that the core area of the Luotian palace would be the same as the outside world. It would be a ruin. Now, he realized that he was wrong. Not only was it not a ruin, but every palace was beautiful and full of life. At the very front, there was an incomparably huge palace. In front of this palace, there was a huge square stone tablet. The words Luotian Palace were written on the tablet. The words were written in bold and powerful strokes. Zhuowen looked at the young man leading the way and said, "Didn't the outside world say that the Luotian Palace was a ruin a long time ago? Why is the Luotian Palace here so intact?" The young man stopped, turned around, and said with a smile, "You might not know, right? When the Luotian Palace was first built, it was indeed a ruin. However, over the years, with the presence of a lord, it has been gradually restored. Isn't it normal for it to be on such a scale?" Zhuowen frowned and asked, "Who is the lord you are talking about?" The young man's smile grew wider. He looked up at the Luotian stone statue in the middle and pointed at it with his right hand. "Of course, it's the Lord Luotian." "Lord Luotian? Didn't they say that Lord Luotian was killed by Great Brahma?" The Luotian palace ruins were also exchanged with Lord Luotian's life. Could the outside world be false? Zhuowen asked. The young man sneered. "It's just a rumor. How can you believe it so easily? After such a long time, many old fellows have fallen. A new generation has replaced the old. The truth of the past has long been sealed. Who can say for sure? Now, you want to bring me to see the Luotian of the past?" Zhuowen asked. The young man sneered, disappeared, and was replaced with a kind smile. "Yes, the Lord Luotian wants to see you. As for what it is, you don't have to ask me. I don't know either." With that, the young man continued to lead the way. After entering the Luotian palace, Zhuowen realized that it was very quiet. Inside, there were white jade pillars that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. Beneath their feet, there was a seven-colored fog that exuded an aura of immortality. In the depths of the Luotian palace, there was a staircase that was several feet tall. The staircase led up to a tall and majestic circular platform. On the circular platform stood a woman in a white robe with long purple hair. The woman's back was facing Zhuowen and the young man. Her figure was graceful and graceful. One look, and one could tell that this woman was definitely an extraordinary beauty. "My lord, I have brought the person you named." The young man knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Named? I don't think I have ever told this Dao define my name. This Luotian is so powerful that she can predict my name and even know that I have the heavenly domain starry sky essence." Chapter 2090. Illusions. The tall woman on the circular platform turned around slowly and revealed her peerlessly beautiful appearance. She had a pair of beautiful violet eyes that were like dazzling stars in the night sky, and it caused others to be charmed by her. You're the founder of Luotian Palace a million years ago. Zhuowen didn't kneel down. He raised his head slightly and gazed indifferently at the beautiful woman. The violet-haired woman smiled. What? Are you surprised? Are there rumors in the outside world that I, Luotian, have fallen? Zhuowen nodded. Indeed. There are rumors in the outside world that you perished a million years ago, and Luotian Palace has been reduced to ruins. Countless disciples have perished. So much time has passed that it's become a legend. Rumors can be true, but they can also be false. The violet-haired woman didn't explain anything and just spoke indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, I heard from this Tao Defiant that you're looking for me. Is there something you need? The violet-haired woman stared deeply at Zhuowen with her beautiful violet eyes, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What's your objective in coming here? Zhuowen frowned slightly. This has nothing to do with you, right? The violet-haired woman smiled and didn't get angry. She just placed her hand lightly on the high platform at the center of the platform and withdrew a divine herb. The divine herb was shaped like a stalk of grass. It was 30 centimeters long and only had 2 leaves. One of the leaves revealed moonlight, while the other revealed sunlight. The images of the sun and moon floated above the divine herb, and it formed a magnificent scene where the sun and moon shone upon each other. Zhuowen's entire body trembled. He stared fixedly at the divine herb that revealed the sun and moon, and he was stunned. He couldn't help but mutter softly, sun and moon grass. It really is sun and moon grass. The corners of the violet-haired woman's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Zhuowen's reaction, and she smiled. It really is sun and moon grass. I presume you're even more aware of how precious it is than I am, right? As she spoke, the purple-haired woman waved her jade-like hand. The sun and moon grass, which had manifested the illusory image of the sun and moon, floated in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen gently held the sun and moon grass in his hand. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had finally found the sun and moon grass that he had been dreaming of, and Mu Qinxue could finally be saved. Looking at the sun and moon grass in his hand, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure that he yearned for day and night. He thought of all the things that happened between him and Mu Qinxue. They met in the ancient cavern, got to know each other at Fine God Academy, parted at the Burning Heaven sect, and finally got married with the heavens and earth as a witness. Mu Qinxue also fell into a deep sleep on the second day of their wedding. Back then, he had sworn that he would wake Mu Qinxue up and give her the happiness she deserved. Now, his vow was about to be fulfilled. Chen Shui, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The corners of the purple-haired woman's mouth curled up into a strange smile. She exchanged glances with the young man and continued, Do you need anything else? The Luotian Palace has deep resources and reserves, so I can give you anything you want. Zhuowen took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. After that, he looked at the purple-haired woman and said in a deep voice, The sun and moon grass was my objective for coming to the cloudy, clear, and round void palace. I've already obtained what I want, so I don't need anything else. However, I know that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You're definitely not giving the sun and moon grass to me for free, right? Even though Zhuowen was unable to restrain his excitement, he hadn't lost his reason. The purple-haired woman smiled and said, You're right. You can choose anything you want from the Luotian Palace, but I need something from you, and it's the heavenly domain starry essence. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wasn't surprised. Earlier, when the Tao Defiant had found him and pointed out the heavenly domain starry essence in his possession, Zhuowen had already guessed it. When she saw Zhuowen fall silent, the purple-haired woman smiled and said, I don't need much. I just want half of the heavenly domain starry essence in your possession. I think the sun and moon grass is more precious to you than others, so it wouldn't be too much to take out half of the heavenly domain starry essence in your possession, right? Zhuowen's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, but his heart gradually turned cold. Zhuowen had dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry essence in his possession, and they were large barrels that were half the height of a person. His reserves could be said to be extremely abundant. Zhuan originally thought that the purple-haired woman only wanted a few drops of heavenly domain starry essence, but he never expected that she would want half of it. Could it be that this purple-haired woman really possesses the ability to read the mind and knows the exact amount of heavenly domain starry essence in Zhuan's possession? Zhuan felt that it was slightly strange. Earlier, the young man had specifically asked for him, Zhuan, to come here. Now, the purple-haired woman had even asked for half of the heavenly domain starry essence in his possession and not the exact amount. All of this was slightly strange. What? You're unwilling? If you think it's a loss, then I can give you anything in the Luotian Palace in exchange. How about it, until you're satisfied? The purple-haired woman spoke unhurriedly. Zhuan flicked his sleeve and said, How could I? The sun and moon grass is too important to me, and it isn't inferior to my life. It's related to the life and death of my wife. So how can mere heavenly domain starry essence compare to it? As he spoke, Zhuan flicked his sleeve and withdrew over 10 barrels of heavenly domain starry essence before placing them in front of him. The eyes of the Tao defiant glowed, and he revealed a wisp of a strange expression. The purple-haired woman was much calmer, but wild joy was still impossible to conceal in the depths of her eyes. How satisfying! The purple-haired woman smiled sweetly and signaled to the Tao defiant with her eyes, and then the latter walked over to Zhuan with a grin on his face. Brother Zhua, you're really generous. We'll kindly accept these heavenly domain starry essences. As he spoke, the Tao defiant stretched out his right hand and touched the pile of heavenly domain starry essences before him. However, the Tao defiant's expression changed drastically when his right hand just happened to touch the heavenly domain starry essences. An invisible ripple surged over like a tide and enveloped the Tao defiant. Formation discs? The Tao defiant couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his gaze descended towards the bottom of the barrels of heavenly domain starry essence. There was a formation disc beneath every single barrel, and they were placed in a disorderly manner in a strange pattern. The Tao defiant spoke with a gloomy gaze. What's the meaning of this? The eyes of the purple-haired woman who stood on the platform suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent. After that, an aura that was even more terrifying than the explosion of a galaxy shot out explosively from within her, and it filled the entire Luotian Palace. This aura was too terrifying. The entire Luotian Palace actually trembled violently while countless rocks fell from above, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Zhuan's expression changed slightly. This aura is too terrifying, and it's much more terrifying than Yuwusi's. Could it be that this purple-haired woman is really the legendary Luotian who ascended 9 times in the void? What are you waiting for? Quickly undo the formation. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death if Lord Luotian gets angry. The Tao defiant spoke hurriedly while a wisp of terror appeared on his face. It seemed like he was really afraid of the purple-haired woman. Zhuan's gaze flickered, but he didn't do as the Tao defiant said and undo the formation. Instead, he strode up the stairs and flashed towards the purple-haired woman. Do you want to die? The Tao defiant suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as he flashed up the stairs, Zhuan felt an extremely terrifying pressure crush down upon him. This pressure was too terrifying. Zhuan felt like his flesh, blood, and bones were being crushed into pieces and powder. It was like the pressure would crush him completely if he took another step forward. The purple-haired woman looked down coldly at Zhuan and said indifferently, Do you really want to die that badly? However, you're not bad since you were able to endure the pressure of my 9 times in the void. However, I won't hold back if you take another step forward. Zhuan cracked a smile, and then the purple-haired woman watched as he suddenly strode up another flight of stairs, and then he walked up slowly. The purple-haired woman's eyes narrowed, and she continued, Looks like you really are courting death. Quickly leave, otherwise you really won't be able to keep your life. Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief instead, and then he roared with laughter You want me to leave? All of you really put on a good show. Tao Defiant, you were full of lies from the very beginning. What Lord Luotian? What Sun Moonherb? Zhuowen turned around slowly and gazed at the Tao Defiant, who had an unsightly expression on his face. He continued, all of that isn't true, right? Besides that, Luotian is probably just an empty shell. The lies you created are actually filled with loopholes. As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly leaped up and descended onto the round platform. At this moment, the purple-haired woman's beautiful eyes revealed terror, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fuck off. Zhuowen withdrew Brilliant Violet and slashed diagonally. The glow of the sword was like water, and it transformed into countless strands of violet light that converged into the purple-haired woman's body. The strands of light passed through the purple-haired woman's body, yet they didn't cause any harm to her. However, a deep arc arose on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth. He knew that the purple-haired woman was simply an illusion and not a physical body. Furthermore, the terrifying pressure that the purple-haired woman was emitting was most likely an illusion. Zhuowen lowered his head to look at the Sun Moon Herb in his hand. He was able to clearly sense that the Sun Moon Herb was real, and if he didn't have any doubts, he would absolutely not think that it was fake. At the same time, Zhuowen was even more shocked in his heart. Isn't this illusion a little too formidable? I actually didn't notice that everything here was fake in the beginning. Moreover, all of this was created and directed by the Tao Defiant, who was trapped within the confinement slaughter formation. The Tao Defiant's objective was the heavenly domain Starsky essence in Zhuowen's possession. However, Zhuowen was puzzled. How exactly did the Tao Defiant know that Zhuowen possessed the heavenly domain Starsky essence? Moreover, how did the Tao Defiant know Zhuowen's name and some other information about him? Zhuowen flashed onto the round platform, and then he stopped holding back and swiftly swept out with his powerful divine sense. Moreover, he even circulated the shapeless world and stellar meditation diagram. Chapter 2091. Encounter. As he glanced at the surroundings, Zhuowen noticed that the grand and enormous Luotian palace was nowhere to be seen. Even the orderly and vast buildings around it had vanished. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a wasteland, and the so-called circular platform was nothing more than a piece of broken rock. What a powerful illusion! Zhuowen crushed the ordinary herb in his hand while he stared coldly at the Tao Defiant, who was trapped within the formation. He knew that everything he saw just now was an illusion, and it was an illusion created by the Tao Defiant. Zhuowen's soul was sufficiently strong, so he wasn't able to discern that it was an illusion at all. Everything was so real. If the Tao Defiant and the so-called Luotian hadn't spoken with some loopholes, then Zhuowen really might have fallen for it. The Tao Defiant asked calmly, "How did you see through it?" Zhuowen laughed coldly. "The illusion you executed was very real, and I wasn't able to see through it at all. However, the conversation between you and the Luotian you've transformed into is filled with loopholes. I think you've been here for too long, and you've forgotten the ways of the world, right?" The Tao Defiant nodded while a slightly dazed expression appeared in his eyes, and he spoke in a low voice. "I'd intended to treat you well and allow you to gradually die amidst a beautiful lie. Unfortunately, you're too uncooperative. Since it's like that, rumble, rumble." He hadn't even finished speaking when the Tao Defiant suddenly straightened his figure, and then a terrifying aura shot out explosively from him. After that, the sound of explosions resounded incessantly from the formation. Zhuowen's pupils constricted slightly. He stared at the Tao Defiant, who was in a berserk state within the formation, and he was visibly moved. This Tao Defiant really isn't simple. He was actually able to erupt with such a terrifying aura. Of course, he was aware that the Tao Defiant was skilled in illusions, and his aura was probably enhanced by illusions. However, he'd witnessed how terrifying the martyrs were, and this Tao Defiant was clearly of a higher level than the martyrs. So, Zhuowen truly didn't dare to go head-on against him. Zhuowen glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze instantly descended towards the end of the area behind him. There was a building that occupied an extremely large area, yet was already in ruins. This should be the Luo Palace ruins. Let's go in and take a look. Zhuowen had a map of the ruins, so he knew that the huge ruins were the real Luo Palace ruins. With a stomp of his right foot, he unfurled his torch dragon wings and flew toward the ruins. The Tao Defiant noticed Zhuowen's actions as well, and his expression changed slightly. He suddenly tore his chest with his right hand and instantly tore off a large piece of flesh. Of course, the Tao Defiant's flesh and blood were translucent, and the only thing that possessed color was the dense blood vessels on his body. These blood vessels were torn off by him, causing blood to spray into the surroundings. It was an extremely bloody scene. Blood dragon entanglement. The Tao Defiant roared furiously. The rays of blood-red light that he'd torn down were like worms that coiled around each other and transformed into an enormous blood dragon that shook the heavens and the earth. Oh, the blood dragon roared at the sky. It swung its huge tail and chased after Zhuowen with its huge dragon body at an extremely fast speed. The Tao Defiant's blood threads were extremely strange and had extremely strong penetrating power. They could actually ignore the confinement-killing array and flashed out, catching up to Zhuowen in an instant. Zhuowen immediately drew out 48 beginning demonic golden swords. They quickly drew complicated patterns in the air and blasted towards the blood dragon. Bang! What made Zhuowen's expression turn ugly was that the blood dragon was extremely powerful. With a swing of its tail, it dispersed the killing intent vortex formed by the beginning demonic golden swords. Under the command of Zhuowen's powerful consciousness, the scattered beginning demonic golden swords gathered around Zhuowen and formed an impenetrable defense. Zhuowen held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his right hand, while dense purple intent condensed into another purple sword in his left hand. He immediately used his 7th level Tao intent. Zhuowen drew both swords and began to use the Tao of Destruction sword technique. Terrifying and powerful sword lights poured out like flowing water. For the first move, sword-piercing thistles. To the 7th move, sword swimming through the void. Under the boost of his 7th level Tao intent, the might of these 7 moves had increased by an entire 7 times. Bang! 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 All 7 moves descended onto the blood dragon. At this moment, the blood dragon that was originally all-powerful had stopped moving, and the scarlet-red glow on its surface had become much dimmer instead. Sword dragon slashes the heavens. At the instant the blood dragon dimmed down, Zhuowen seized the opportunity to pursue the blood dragon. He suddenly slashed with the violet swords in his hands, and terrifying violet sword chi sprayed out and condensed into 2 enormous violet dragons that shook the heavens and the earth in the end. The 2 enormous violet dragons suddenly sandwiched the blood dragon between them, and then they opened their terrifying mouths furiously and forcefully tore the blood dragon into 2. Sword Dragon Slashes the Heavens was the 8th move amongst the 9 moves of the Tao of Destruction sword technique, and its might was much stronger than the 7th move, Sword Swimming Through the Void. Moreover, it was executed with both swords and was enhanced by his 7th level Tao intent. The might of Sword Dragon Slashes the Heavens was so strong that it absolutely shocked the heavens and the earth. Even the blood dragon formed by the Tao Defiant was easily annihilated by it. After annihilating the blood dragon, the torch dragon wings on Zhuowen's back suddenly flapped, and he left behind a few afterimages on the spot as he entered the Luo God Palace ruins. That bastard. I absolutely can't let him find the blood of the heavenly Tao. Once he finds it, the Luo God Palace will cease to exist, and I, the Tao Defiant and Martyr, will vanish into thin air. The Tao Defiant gnashed his teeth as he suddenly smashed his right fist against the confinement-killing formation. The dense blood vessels on his fist exploded, and then his fist erupted with terrifying energy. Rumble! In an instant, the confinement-killing formation collapsed inch by inch like an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Tao Defiant transformed into a whirlwind that surged towards the Luo God Palace ruins behind him. That's the Tao Defiant? The Tao Defiant wants to enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Could it be that he's discovered us and wants to hide the blood of the heavenly Tao? At that moment, Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit walked out of the phaseless formation. They immediately saw the Tao Defiant breaking through the confinement killing formation and charging towards the Luo God Palace ruins like a wild beast. Brother Yao, what do you mean? Does the Tao Defiant know where the blood of the heavenly Tao is hidden? The King's Spirit asked in surprise. Now isn't the time to dwell on this. We absolutely can't let the Tao Defiant enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Brother D, hurry up and stop that Tao Defiant. Once that Tao Defiant enters the Luotian Palace ruins, that fellow will become unkillable and unkillable. As Yao Xiong spoke, he took out a metal box that was a few feet long from his spirit ring. At the same time, he took out a talisman and stuck it on the surface of the metal box before tossing it out. The runes on the surface of the talisman instantly lit up, and then strands of irregular light spread out and covered the entire metal box. When the light covered the entire metal box, it disappeared into thin air. When the metal box reappeared, it was already above the Tao Defiant's head. The Tao Defiant noticed the iron box above him as well, and he frowned. He was just about to casually blast the iron box away when it suddenly exploded apart, and a dense expanse of iron chains emerged from within it. Every single iron chain was filled with dazzling light. The iron chains were like spirited snakes that coiled around the Tao Defiant, and then they suddenly constricted and restrained the Tao Defiant. The Tao Defiant was caught off guard, and his body that was in midair fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You two bastards!" The Tao Defiant roared angrily, and then the blood vessels in his body exploded without any regard for his life. The chains around him shattered one after another. The moment the Tao Defiant blasted open the chains, the King's Spirit and Yao Xiong rushed over. The two of them didn't say anything and immediately used their divine abilities and divine artifacts to attack the Tao Defiant without holding back. The two of them knew that the Tao Defiant was skilled in illusions, so before the Tao Defiant could use his illusions, they had to attack with lightning speed so that the Tao Defiant wouldn't have time to use his illusions. Sure enough, the Tao Defiant was exhausted and barely able to deal with their attacks. Especially Yao Xiong. He withdrew an enormous axe that was covered in complicated talisman markings from his spirit ring. The axe was extremely effective against the Tao Defiant, and it terrified the Tao Defiant to the point of not daring to go head-on against the axe and hurriedly dodging it. For a time, the Tao Defiant fell into a disadvantaged position, and he was desperately suppressed by Yao Xiong, and Di Ling spoke with slight contempt. "Brother Yao, the Tao Defiant isn't as terrifying and formidable as you said. He's like a stray dog before joint forces." Yao Xiong shook his head and said, "Brother D, you haven't experienced the Tao Defiant's illusions. Once you fall into his illusions, it's equivalent to entering a world that he rules over, and it's very difficult for you to wake up from it. Once you fall into his illusions, your life and death will be completely under his control. If you don't wake up in time, then only a miserable death awaits you. We're comparatively lucky. For some unknown reason, the Tao Defiant's illusions seem to have been destroyed once, and he won't be able to execute powerful illusions again in a short period of time." Di Ling nodded. The Tao Defiant was completely suppressed by the two of them, so Di Ling was rather relaxed, and he asked Yao Xiong about the questions in his heart. Di Ling asked curiously, "Brother Yao, you said that we can't allow the Tao Defiant to enter the ruins of Luotian Palace. Is it because of the blood of the heaven Tao hidden within the ruins?" Yao Xiong nodded and spoke solemnly. The blood of the heaven Tao was left behind by the founder of Luotian Palace, Luotian. It has always been a mystery where Luotian obtained the blood of the heaven Tao. However, according to legend, the blood of the heaven Tao is closely related to Luotian's ascension into the Void Realm. Actually, the Tao Defiance and the martyrs we encountered in the gorge became like that because of the blood of the heaven Tao. The blood of the Heaven Tao gave birth to the Tao Defiance and Martyrs. However, the Tao Defiance can be considered as successful products of the blood of the Heaven Tao, whereas the Martyrs are failures. But regardless of whether it's the Tao Defiance or the Martyrs, they'll become undying once they come within a 100 m of the blood of the Heaven Tao. Chapter 2092. Plot and counterattack. Upon hearing this, the king's spirit's expression became extremely serious. He wasn't afraid of the immortal body, but he was extremely wary of the invulnerability that Yao Xiong had mentioned. Invulnerability, as the name suggested, meant that no spells or void sky godly power would be able to harm it. If all attacks were ineffective, then how were they supposed to fight? The opponent was practically invincible. Brother Yao, you have foresight. If the Defiant had really entered the Luo God Palace ruins, it would have been very difficult for us to go in again, the king's spirit said with a smile. Yao Xiong grinned, but he didn't answer. He withdrew a ghastly white string and tied the Tao Defiant up with his hands behind his back. This is the soul bind rope. It's a rope that binds the soul by binding the body. The Tao Defiant's illusions are mainly executed through the soul. Now that the soul has been bound, the illusions are naturally unable to be used, said Yao Xiong. The Defiant's eyes were extremely cold, but he was still smiling coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. The king's spirit wasn't happy to see this. He kicked the Defiant and said, "You're already a fish on the chopping block. Why are you still so stubborn?" The Defiant didn't feel any pain. It was just that he was forced to bow. He said coldly, "You two are so stupid that it's pitiful. Before you, someone else had already entered the Luo God Palace ruins." The king's spirit laughed coldly and said, "That's a cheap lie. Do you really think we'll believe it? Only the two of us have entered the Luo God Palace ruins. The others are already dead." Yao Xiong felt that something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Who is it?" The Defiant grinned and said, "I only know that guy's name is Zhuowen. He's already inside the Luo God Palace looking for the blood of heaven." "Huh? Zhuowen isn't dead?" Yao Xiong and the king's spirit suddenly raised their heads and looked at each other in disbelief. They had personally experienced how terrifying the phaseless formation was. If it weren't for the Soul Guard wood, the chances of them dying in the phaseless formation were very high. But Zhuowen didn't have a treasure like the Soul Guard would. How had he come out alive? "Are you lying to us?" the king's spirit asked angrily. The Defiant didn't panic. He smiled and said, "Lying to you? Is that necessary? If I didn't go after Zhuowen, would I be stopped by the two of you?" Then the Defiant looked at Yao Xiong. Although the king's spirit, the Defiant's intuition told him that Yao Xiong was harder to deal with. Moreover, the Defiant spirit. Yao Xiong frowned and stopped the king's spirit from attacking. "Let's go in and have a look." The king's spirit's eyes flickered. He pointed at the Defiant and said, "What about the Defiant? The soul-binding rope isn't that easy to break free from. Once it binds you, your entire soul will be imprisoned. It's almost impossible to break free. Let's not bother about him for now. Let's enter the Luo God Palace first." Yao Xiong's voice was slightly anxious. Obviously, he was worried that Zhuowen would find the blood of the heavenly Tao before him. The king's spirit nodded, and then the two of them entered the Luo God Palace. Not long after they left, the Defiant's eyes glowed red. He sneered and said, "The blood of the heavenly Tao? Do you really think it's that easy to get?" Thump, thump. Blurry figures appeared in the seven-colored fog around the ruins. These figures were like puppets, and they dragged their numb bodies as they walked slowly towards the Tao Defiance. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. When these figures came closer, their true faces were finally revealed. Their eyes were lifeless, and their hair was gone. Their upper bodies were like ordinary people, but their lower bodies were transparent. Their blood vessels could be seen. These 20-odd figures were all the martyrs who had appeared in the canyon before. Luo Saw, who had become a martyr, was one of them. Luo Sua's hair was gone, and his lower body was transparent. He was like a walking corpse as he gathered with the other martyrs. When the martyrs gathered around the Tao Defiant was muttering softly and chanting with a strange rhythm. Then, the martyrs' hands formed claws, and at the tips of their fingers, transparent blades appeared. Then, the martyrs waved the blades in their hands rhythmically, cutting the soul-binding rope on the Defiant. The soul-binding rope was extraordinary. When it came into contact with the blades, countless sparks flew. However, no matter how extraordinary the soul-binding rope was, cracks had appeared on its surface after being cut repeatedly by so many blades. Moreover, the cracks grew larger and larger until the soul-binding rope shattered into countless pieces in the end. The Defiant stood up slowly, and then he grinned as he gazed at the martyrs who were standing respectfully around him. These three outsiders think they're smart. Do they really think the blood of the Heaven Tao is in the ruins of Luotian Palace? How foolish. Yao Xiong and the others have been under the surveillance of the martyrs since the moment they entered the canyon. Moreover, the martyrs were under the Defiant's control, so the Defiant was naturally aware of Yao Xiong and the others' whereabouts. It was even to the extent that Zhuowen had been under the Defiant's surveillance after he entered the phaseless formation. It was at that time that the Defiant noticed the heavenly domain starry essence in Zhuowen's possession, and he guessed that Zhuowen definitely had quite a bit of it. Therefore, the Defiant had set up an illusion to make Zhuowen obediently hand over the heavenly domain starry essence. As long as Zhuowen was willing to hand over half of the heavenly domain starry essence, the Defiant would be able to force Zhuowen to hand over the other half. Unfortunately, the Defiant had been shut out during the Battle of Illusions, and an accident had occurred. In the end, Zhuowen had turned the tables on him. At that time, the Defiant knew that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit had arrived as well, so he had played along and deliberately made Yao Xiong and the King Spirit fight. The Defiant's original plan had been to let Yao Xiong and the King Spirit know that Zhuowen had entered the ruins of Luotian Palace, but an accident had occurred. Yao Xiong had more treasures than he had expected, and Yao Xiong knew a lot about the ruins of Luotian Palace. Therefore, the Defiant had stumbled once again. Although the Defiant had stumbled twice, he had achieved his goal, which was to lure all the intruders into the ruins of Luotian Palace. Blood of the heavenly Tao? Do you really think that such a divine item is something that mortals like you can touch? The Defiant sneered and walked to the stone statue in the center. He tapped the statue's foot a few times, and a secret door opened automatically at the statue's right foot. The Tao Defiant took a step into the secret door, and he was just about to close it when a strand of strange, cold energy suddenly assaulted him. The Defiant's pupils constricted, and his movements instantly became extremely slow in the cold air. Then, the Defiant was shocked to discover that an ice lotus had been thrown at him like a hurricane. It was extremely fast. The cold air on the surface of the ice lotus was bone-chilling as it smashed into the secret door. Instantly, the secret door turned into a world of ice and snow, and the Defiant's body froze. He stood there without moving, and his entire body had turned into an ice sculpture. There were more than 20 martyrs in the open space in front of the stone statue. Their eyes were lifeless, and they were like walking corpses that didn't have their own thoughts. A figure that was completely covered in black mist swiftly passed through the martyrs. He didn't stop at all, nor did he meet their gazes. The martyrs were extremely slow, and they were much less threatening than the Defiant. However, if one met their gazes, then even if one possessed extraordinary strength, one might still be assimilated into a martyr. The black figure clearly knew the characteristics of the martyrs, so he avoided their gazes and instantly flashed into the secret door at the foot of the Luotian Palace's stone statue. The black mist slowly dispersed after the black figure entered the secret door, and a handsome face with a pair of cold eyes was revealed. Although the Defiant's entire body had been frozen by the ice lotus, he was only unable to move. His eyes were still moving about, and he was clearly still conscious. especially when he saw the cold and indifferent face of the young man that was revealed after the black mist dispersed. The defiant's expression became extremely unsightly. Didn't you enter the interior of Luotian Palace?" The defiant stuttered. Wasn't the young man before him the black-clothed Zhuowen? After Zhuowen realized that something was wrong with the defiant, he'd made two preparations. At the instant he'd trapped the defiant with the confinement slaughter formation, he'd transformed the black-clothed Zhuowen into a speck of dust and concealed himself at the entrance to the ruins. Chapter 2093. Blood of the Heavenly Tao. The Tao defiant had a gloomy expression on his face. He shouldn't have been in such a sorry state with his strength. However, Zhuowen had broken through his illusions, and Yao Xiong and the Emperor's spirit had heavily injured him. So, the Tao defiant's strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, the ice lotus that was imprinted on his chest was truly strange and powerful. Even if the Tao defiant was ceaselessly using the energy of his blood vessels, he was still completely frozen by the terrifying cold energy of the ice lotus. "I never expected that there would be such a hidden door. You really are shrewd." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly, and then he clenched his right hand, causing a clump of flames to burn at the center of his palm. This cluster of flames was a powerful flame that the black-clothed Zhuowen had condensed after surviving 10 fires. Even though it wasn't enough to resist the cold energy of the ice lotus, it was more than enough to protect Zhuowen from being affected by the cold energy. Zhuowen glanced at the martyr who was walking slowly towards him from the open space before him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and then his gaze descended onto the hidden door. The hidden door had restrictions within it, and he had to break through the restrictions in order to activate it. The restrictions on the door weren't complicated, so Zhuowen was able to break through them completely after pondering for a while. He dared to activate the door before the martyr arrived. The door closed, and Zhuowen felt a wave of weightlessness. He knew that the door was moving upwards swiftly. It didn't take long for the feeling of weightlessness to vanish, and then the door stopped moving. After that, it opened once more. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to the Tao defiant who was sealed in ice, and he just walked out of the door. There was an enormous hall before the hidden door. There were 12 enormous stone pillars within the hall, and every single one of them burned with blue flames. The entire hall was dark blue, and it seemed rather strange. There were 2 enormous holes that were shaped like eyes at the end of the hall, and there was a high platform made of white jade at the center of the 2 holes. The platform was 15 m tall, and there were 4 sharp corners at the top of the platform that supported a golden disc. Zhuowen probed with his divine sense, and found that there was a drop of blue liquid in the middle of the golden disc. However, the moment Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness came into contact with the blue liquid, Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness instantly collapsed. In an instant, Zhuowen's extended divine sense collapsed. Even the divine soul galaxy in Zhuowen's divine soul space collapsed one after another. Zhuowen gulped down a mouthful of heavenly domain, starry sky essence to calm himself down. However, what made Zhuowen break out in a cold sweat was that even after he had taken the heavenly domain, starry sky essence and restored his soul to its peak, the collapsing power still raged in his spiritual space. In desperation, Zhuowen could only continue to drink the heavenly domain, starry sky essence and endure the severe pain caused by the collapse of his soul. This collapse lasted for a full 4 hours before it gradually disappeared. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was powerless and limp on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked in sweat. What the hell is this? How can it be so terrifying? Zhuowen had a lingering fear, and his heartbeat was even more chaotic. The moment his divine sense probed the blue liquid, he discovered that it contained an extremely terrifying energy. This energy was not material, but it contained a kind of law. This kind of law was extremely overbearing. It was even more terrifying than the starry sky law that the black-clothed Zhuowen had encountered during his 20th lightning disaster. Blood of the way of heaven. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. The black-clothed Zhuowen had heard the defiant mention the blood of the way of heaven when he had turned into dust and hidden at the entrance of the Luo God Palace. As for what the blood of the way of heaven was for, Zhuowen had no idea. However, after sensing the terrifying power of the law contained in the blood of the way of heaven, Zhuowen knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. Zhuowen even guessed that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit had come all the way to the Luo God Palace ruins for the blood of the way of heaven. I have already entered the Luo God Palace to look for the sun and moon grass. I will keep the blood of the way of heaven for now. As for its specific use, I will see if I can get some information from Yao Xiong. The black-clothed Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He decided to keep the blood of the way of heaven first. Of course, the power of the law on the blood of the way of heaven was too terrifying. It would not be easy for Zhuowen to take the blood of the way of heaven. After taking a deep breath, the black-clothed Zhuowen slowly walked toward the white jade platform. What a powerful law! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The moment he got close to the white jade platform, Zhuowen realized that the power of the law emitted by the blood of the way of heaven was like thousands of mountains crushing his body. As Zhuowen walked, he used indestructible yellow, and his body was covered in yellow light. Indestructible yellow was something that Zhuowen had obtained from the Taiching Wonderland's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Of course, in other words, it was a top-tier virtual heaven superpower that Taiching had given him. This superpower was divided into 5 levels: acquired, innate, Qianjun, Wanxiang, and indestructible yellow. Zhuowen had already cultivated to the 4th level, Wanxiang. The yellow light around him turned into shadows of divine elephants. There were close to 10,000 of them, and it was impossible to count them all. With Devour's body and the indestructible dark and yellow indestructible art, Zhuowen's body had reached an unprecedented level. Even so, Zhuowen's body was crushed by the power of the blood of the way of heaven. His body made cracking sounds, as if all his bones were dislocated and shattered. Zhuowen's eyes were firm. He was not afraid of the pain of his bones being crushed. He walked forward without hesitation. As Zhuowen got closer to the white jade platform, the pressure became more and more terrifying. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his right foot were broken, and he knelt on the ground, unable to get up. Zhuowen frowned. He immediately took the heavenly star essence and continued to walk forward. Then, the sound of bones breaking rose and fell. Zhuowen's feet, hands, body, and even his skull couldn't bear the horrible pressure and kept shattering. However, Zhuowen was firm. He didn't give in to the pain. Instead, he took the heavenly star essence and struggled to recover his broken bones. This strange cycle lasted for 3 days. Zhuowen also endured this inhuman pain for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the yellow light around Zhuowen's body suddenly flourished. The divine elephant phantoms around him let out a long cry and actually merged into the yellow light. The yellow light became more vigorous and dense. Eventually, the entire hall was filled with yellow light. Even the light of the blue fire pillars on the stone pillars of the hall was covered by the yellow light. All the bones in Zhuowen's body recovered, and he stood up once again. At this moment, the terrifying pressure exerted on his body could no longer affect him in the slightest. Under the pressure of the rule power of the heavenly blood, my indestructible yellow finally broke through from the 4th level of all creation realm to the 5th level of indestructible yellow. Zhuowen's eyes were full of excitement. He didn't expect that he would be able to cultivate the indestructible yellow to the peak completion realm under such circumstances. It was really beyond his expectation. Letting out a long laugh, Zhuowen leaped up and easily arrived at the foot of the high platform. He raised his head slightly and looked at the gilded disc supported by the high platform. He grinned and said, "The blood of heavenly Tao is truly terrifying, but it still can't escape from my palm." With that, Zhuowen opened his hand, grabbed the gilded disc, and slowly took it down. At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand was collapsing. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had disappeared. Zhuowen didn't panic. He swallowed the heavenly star essence and used his good left hand to hold the gilded disc. He had expected that the heavenly blood would be so horrible. If the heavenly blood could put him in such a difficult situation, it would be strange if he touched the heavenly blood with his hand. I wonder if Devour's inner world can hold the heavenly blood? Zhuowen was hesitant. Normally, Devour's inner world was the toughest object that Zhuowen had ever seen, and it could hold everything in the world. However, the heavenly blood wasn't ordinary. He was worried that Devour's inner world would collapse because of it. Anyway, except for Devour's inner world, Zhuowen didn't have a good place to store the heavenly blood. However, since this white jade platform could hold the heavenly blood for such a long time without being damaged, it wasn't simple at all. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the white jade platform. Putting the gilded disc aside, Zhuowen touched the white jade platform with his right hand. He found that the surface of the white jade platform was as smooth as mutton fat, and there was nothing special about it. Let's try it first. Zhuowen's right hand turned into a knife, cutting the white jade platform in half. Then, he cut off a piece of white jade that was several feet long and wide. His right hand turned into a claw, grabbing the front of the white jade to make it as big as the gilded disc. Carefully putting the gilded disc into the white jade, Zhuowen used another piece of white jade to make a sealed lid, completely sealing the gilded disc inside. To Zhuowen's surprise, after the white jade lid was sealed, the intimidating pressure from the heavenly blood disappeared. This white jade is really useful. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. He had inspected the white jade many times and found that it was just an ordinary piece of jade. However, this ordinary piece of jade was actually able to seal the heavenly Tao blood. Chapter 2094. The whereabouts of the Sun Moon, Grashuan walked over to the secret door and stared at the Tao Defiant, who was frozen by the ice lotus. He said indifferently, "Tell me about the blood of the heaven Tao." The Tao Defiant laughed with ridicule. "Are you joking? What's in it for me? Could it be that you'll let me go?" As he spoke, the Tao Defiant's eyes suddenly turned extremely white, and he stared coldly at Zhuowen. In an instant, the space and the surroundings warped while the entire world seemed to have been shattered into pieces. But in next to no time, the warped energy was blasted into pieces by an even more domineering and terrifying divine sense. The Tao Defiant's expression changed drastically, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen and cried out in a sharp voice, How could your divine sense be so formidable?" Zhuowen's gaze was cold as he said, "You still intend to use illusions against me? I can tell you clearly that since I've destroyed your illusions once, they're unable to affect me at all." After the baptism of the phaseless formation, Zhuowen's soul had become extremely terrifying, and there were over 1,000 soul galaxies within his soul space. It could be said that Zhuowen's soul space was equivalent to a small-scale heaven domain, even though it was still quite far away from a true heaven domain. However, Zhuowen believed that so long as the number of soul galaxies within his soul space increased incessantly, then his soul space would really be able to expand to the point of being comparable to a heaven domain. If that day really came, then Zhuowen's soul would probably be so strong that it could rival a supreme expert who ascended the 9th step of the Void Realm. Of course, all of this was just Zhuowen's guess, and it was still unknown whether his soul space could transform into a heaven domain. At this moment, the Tao Defiant had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He really had intended to use illusions to deceive Zhuowen. So long as he deceived Zhuowen for an instant, then he would be able to control Zhuowen and take the ice lotus from him. Unfortunately, the Tao Defiant's illusions were completely useless against Zhuowen. "Speak. If you tell me the truth about the effects of the heavenly Tao blood, I might spare your life. Of course, you can choose not to tell me. When I leave the Luoshan Palace ruins, I'm sure I'll be able to find out more about the blood of the heavenly Tao," Zhuowen said calmly. The Tao Defiant's expression changed drastically. His gaze flickered while he revealed hesitation. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, I can tell you about the blood of the heaven Tao, but you have to swear on your life that you'll absolutely not harm me." Zhuan nodded and said, "Sure." The Tao Defiant heaved a sigh of relief, while Zhuan noticed a wisp of a sly smile on the corners of the Tao Defiant's mouth. However, he didn't really mind it and just waited for the Tao Defiant to continue. The Tao Defiance spoke tirelessly about the effects of the blood of the heaven Tao. After listening, Zhuan fell into silence. As it turned out, the heavenly Tao blood was a trace of the heavenly Tao law that Luotian had condensed when she ascended the 9 steps of the void sky. The Tao Defiance and Tao Martyrs were formed because of the blood of the heaven Tao. Powerful starry sky laws existed in the vast and boundless starry sky. The starry sky laws were invisible and immaterial. They were everywhere and scattered in every corner of the starry sky. It was said that besides the starry sky laws, there was another type of law that was above the starry sky laws, and this law was called the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was even more illusory and indescribable. Void sky cultivators could sense the starry sky laws, and the stronger their cultivation, the clearer they could sense the starry sky laws. However, the heavenly Tao was ethereal and immaterial. Even those who ascended the 8 steps of the void sky couldn't comprehend the so-called starry sky laws. For example, the starry sky laws existed in the starry sky where the heaven domain was located. However, the heavenly Tao was the law of the enormous universe that was formed by the 8 heaven domains and the starry sky outside the realm. It was on a much higher level than the starry sky laws. The blood of the heavenly Tao was a trace of the heavenly Tao's law. It was unknown how Luotian had obtained it. With the blood of the heavenly Tao, void sky cultivators could comprehend the heavenly Tao law within the blood of the heavenly Tao. If they could comprehend this trace of heavenly Tao law and integrate it into their body, void sky 8 steps cultivators could easily comprehend life and death and step onto the 9th step of the void sky bridge. Zhuan's eyes flashed, but his heart was pounding. He knew very well that once the blood of the heavenly Tao was leaked, many old monsters who usually didn't come out would come out of seclusion and crazily snatch the blood of the heavenly Tao. It seems that Yao Xiong and Di Ling's goal is the blood of the heavenly Tao. If they don't find the blood of the heavenly Tao, they will definitely suspect me. If the news that I have the blood of the heavenly Tao spreads, I will become the enemy of the entire world. I can't let this happen. Zhuan calmed down and thought of the scene when the heavenly domain starry sky essence was exposed. His heart turned cold. Although the heavenly domain starry sky essence was precious compared to the blood of the heavenly Tao, it was like heaven and earth. At that time, the heavenly domain starry sky essence had caused Zhuan to be pursued by countless forces in the star field. If others knew that he had the blood of the heavenly Tao, the forces of the entire great Brahma domain wouldn't let him go. When he thought of the danger of the blood of the heavenly Tao being leaked, Zhuan's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He knew that Yao Xiong and Di Ling had to die here, just in case. Otherwise, it would be dangerous in the end. The Tao Defiant looked at Zhuan's changing expression and was slightly worried. His life and death were closely related to the blood of the heavenly Tao. If the blood of the heavenly Tao disappeared, then he, the Tao Defiant, and those martyrs would return to dust and cease to exist. The blood of the heavenly Tao is the lifeline of you and those martyrs, right? If a strand of the blood of the heavenly Tao is used, then you'll die, right? Is that why you made me swear not to harm you? Zhuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The Tao Defiant's heart shook, and he said in a low voice, "The blood of the heavenly Tao is my lifeline. Could it be that I have to sacrifice myself? Survival is the instinct of every living being. You have the right, and so do I. Is there anything wrong with what I did?" Perhaps he felt that his tone was too unyielding, so the Tao Defiant slowed down and said, "Actually, the blood of the heavenly Tao doesn't have to be absorbed. The blood of the heavenly Tao is a trace of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 8th step of the void heaven realm might be crushed to death by the laws of the heavenly Tao if he absorbs it by force. Moreover, if your comprehension ability is high enough, then you just have to rely on the blood of the heavenly Tao to assist you. Along with the passage of time, you might be able to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao on your own and comprehend life and death. After all, there's a huge difference between absorbing the blood of the heavenly Tao and comprehending life and death on their own. Supposedly, Lord Brahma absorbed the blood of the heavenly Tao to attain the 9th step of the void heaven realm, and he was the weakest amongst the lords of the 8 great heaven realms. The Tao Defiant revealed a trace of disdain and contempt when he spoke about Lord Brahma. Obviously, the Tao Defiant looked down upon Lord Brahma, who'd become the lord of the great heaven realm. Zhuowen gazed at the Tao Defiant with slight surprise. No matter how weak Lord Brahma was, he was still an expert at the 9th step of the void heaven realm, and even if he'd advanced by absorbing the blood of the heavenly Tao, he was still extremely formidable. Yet this mere Tao Defiant actually looked down upon Lord Brahma, and it aroused Zhuowen's curiosity. The Tao Defiant noticed Zhuowen's curiosity as well, and he said indifferently, "If you promise me that you won't absorb the blood of the heavenly Tao, then I can tell you the entire truth of what happened all those years ago. Moreover, I'll even tell you about the other use of the blood of the heavenly Tao." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Even though he was rather curious about the enmity between Luotian and Lord Brahma, it wasn't to the extent of making him give up his desire for the blood of the heavenly Tao. However, the other use of the blood of the heavenly Tao that the Tao Defiant spoke of had completely aroused Zhuowen's interest. After giving it some thought, Zhuowen said, "I can agree, but I have conditions." The Tao Defiant frowned. "Tell me about them." Zhuowen spoke indifferently. "My condition is to help me seal up the ruins of Luotian Palace and kill that emperor spirit and Yao Xiong that entered the ruins." The Tao Defiant thought for a moment and laughed coldly. "Looks like you're afraid that the rumors of the blood of the heavenly Tao will spread. It's an extraordinary treasure, and you'll become the enemy of the entire world once others find out about it." Zhuowen spoke coldly. "You talk a lot of nonsense. Do you agree or not?" The Tao Defiant nodded and said, "Of course. Those two fellows schemed against me as well, so I would get even with them even if you didn't tell me. However, they aren't simple figures, so I have the right to retreat if anything goes wrong." "All right, do you know where the Sun Moon Herb is?" Zhuowen took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. He hadn't come to the Waning Moon ruins for the blood of the heavenly Tao. In fact, he'd only found out about the blood of the heavenly Tao after a long time. His main objective was the yin-yang herb. The Tao Defiant glanced indifferently at Zhuowen, and he wasn't surprised at all. He said, "There's only a single sun-moon herb in Luotian Palace, and it was taken a few tens of thousands of years ago." Myrtle Star Monarch? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he thought of Myrtle Star Monarch. Yin Xiu had said that Myrtle Star Monarch had entered the Waning Moon ruins tens of thousands of years ago and taken a sun-moon herb. Since the map he'd obtained was of the Luotian Palace ruins, it meant that the only sun-moon herb had probably been taken by Myrtle Star Monarch. Yin Xiu had said that Myrtle Star Monarch had used up the sun-moon herb, so when he met Myrtle Star Monarch in the Tower of Hanner, he didn't ask him about the sun-moon herb. Is there really no other sun-moon herb in the Waning Moon ruins? Zhuowen asked through gritted teeth. Chapter 2095. Luotian Zhuowen looked excited. As long as there was a clue about the sun and moon grass, he would go in regardless of whether it was dangerous or not. After all, it was the key to whether Mu Qinxue could wake up. Of course, before he left Luotian Palace, he had to completely eliminate the two uncertain factors, Yao Xiong and Di Ling. Now, you should tell me about what happened back then and the other use of the blood of the Wei, right? Zhuowen asked the Tao Defiant. The Tao Defiant nodded, and then he spoke in a low voice. "Let me tell you why Lord Luotian perished all those years ago." I presume you've heard about the incident that occurred in Luotian Palace a few million years ago, right? I know. Luotian Palace was destroyed because of Great Brahma, and Lord Luotian died because of him. Zhuo nodded. Oomph. Great Brahma used the blood of the way to reach the 9 steps void sky, while Lord Luotian comprehended the way of heaven and understood life and death. In terms of strength, Lord Luotian was stronger than Great Brahma. Back then, when Lord Luotian challenged many experts in the star field, it attracted the attention of Great Brahma. Especially after Lord Luotian advanced to the void sky 9th step, Great Brahma summoned Lord Luotian. Although I don't know what Great Brahma said to Lord Luotian, I'm sure it was nothing good. After returning from Great Brahma Palace, Lord Luotian had been in seclusion. Since Lord Luotian was the second expert in the Great Brahma domain to reach the 9 steps void sky, Luotian Palace developed very quickly. It surpassed the 10 great sects in the star domain and approached Great Brahma Palace. However, Lord Luotian was always in seclusion and rarely cared about Luotian Palace's affairs. She also didn't agree to the suggestion of Luotian Palace's higher-ups to enter the star domain and expand their influence. Speaking of this, the Tao Defiant sighed and said, "At that time, my status in Luotian Palace wasn't high. I was just lucky to become the gatekeeper of Lord Luotian's seclusion and do some errands." Lord Luotian was very good. Although she had unparalleled power, she never put on airs. She treated all the disciples of Luotian Palace equally. Lord Luotian Palace was no exception. However, what happened later completely destroyed Luotian Palace. The Tao Defiant's eyes were spitting fire as he said hoarsely, "Lord Luotian finally came out of seclusion, but for some reason, she was blind." Later on, I learned that Great Brahma was summoning Lord Luotian to the Great Brahma Palace to impart a secret technique to Lord Luotian. It is said that this secret technique can consolidate the void sky 9 steps. Of Luotian's and that bastard, Lord Brahma, came to Luotian Palace at this time and suppressed Lord Luotian. In the end, the two of them fought. It was a terrifying battle. The entire far west was transformed into ruins. Galaxies were obliterated. In the end, the far west was reduced to its current state. It's covered in a terrifying magnetic field. No matter how powerful a cultivator's soul is, it's still possible for them to get lost in the far west. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the dignified Lord of Brahma region, Lord Brahma, would actually plot to harm Luotian. Wasn't that a little too despicable? Zhuowen asked in a low voice, "Is Luotian dead?" Since Luotian had relied on herself to attain the 9 steps of void heaven, then she definitely had her own unique abilities. Zhuowen felt that such an expert probably wouldn't perish so easily. The Tao Defiant spoke in a slightly sorrowful tone. "Lord Luotian is dead." Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked again, "Are you sure?" The Tao Defiant nodded and fell silent. It seemed like he was truly immersed in sorrow and was unable to extricate himself. "Now, tell me about the uses of the blood of the Heaven Tao." Zhuowen spoke in a low voice. Even though Zhuowen still had doubts about Luotian's fate, since the Tao Defiant was so certain, then it was useless even if he doubted it. He could only make guesses according to what the Tao Defiant said. The Tao Defiant sized up Zhuowen and said seriously, "You have the ancient sword Saint King's King Sword, right?" Zhuowen was stunned, and then he thought of the broken sword he'd obtained from the ancient sword tomb. Could it be that the king's sword the Tao Defiant spoke of is that broken sword? When he thought up to this point, Zhuowen withdrew the broken sword. At that moment, the broken sword had been restored to its original state. Although its surface was still covered in rust, it looked much better than before. Zhuowen had obtained the other half of the broken sword from a martyr. At that time, he'd wondered why the other half of the king's sword would be with a martyr in the Luotian Palace ruins. Now that the Tao Defiant had mentioned it, Zhuowen had some guesses. The Tao Defiant glanced deeply at the king's sword and spoke solemnly. "It really is the ancient sword Saint King's Sword." Looks like you're extraordinary since you were able to obtain the king's sword. Zhuowen spoke coldly. What does the blood of the heaven Tao have to do with the king's sword? The Tao Defiant didn't panic at all and continued. Do you know the relationship between the ancient sword Saint King and Lord Luotian? Zhuowen shook his head and waited for the Tao Defiant to continue. The Tao Defiant smiled faintly. The ancient sword Saint King was the strongest person in the far west before Lord Luotian. He was a peerless figure who had ascended 8 times. Unfortunately, his lifespan was limited, and he died of old age in the end. Not long after the ancient sword Saint King died of old age, Lord Luotian rose to prominence, and Lord Luotian was actually the ancient sword Saint King's only bloodline. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, so that's how it is. No wonder I was able to find the other half of the king's sword in Luotian Palace. So it turns out that Luotian and the ancient sword Saint King have such a close relationship. The Tao Defiant said, the blood of the heaven Tao contains Lord Luotian's aura. So long as you utilize this aura, you'll be able to subdue the king's sword. At that time, you'll be able to easily comprehend a formidable secret technique like the Thousand Sword Rain. Zhuowen laughed coldly. I've obtained the Thousand Sword Rain a long time ago. So long as I'm given a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before I fully comprehend it. The Tao Defiant ridiculed him instead. You'll die once you've fully comprehended the Rain of Thousand Swords. The Thousand Sword Rain contains the ancient sword Saint King's will. If he notices that it isn't his descendant that cultivates the Thousand Sword Rain, then the ancient sword Saint King's will annihilate that cultivator. Zhuowen shuddered. If the Tao Defiant was telling the truth, then he really was in danger. Although Zhuowen's soul was much more powerful than other cultivators of the void sky, the ancient sword Saint King was an existence that had reached the peak of the void sky. Zhuowen knew very well just how powerful the will of an existence like that was. If his soul was directly struck by the will of such an existence, it was very likely that his soul would collapse. It would be extremely dangerous. The king's sword is a sword that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life. Do you think he'll be so kind as to allow an outsider to obtain such an important sword? The Tao Defiant continued. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that once the king's sword acknowledges you as a descendant of the ancient sword Saint King, you'll possess all the ancient swords that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was rather tempted by the Tao Defiant's words, but he was unable to confirm how much of the Tao Defiant was telling the truth. How do I use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao? Zhuowen continued with his questions. He knew that what the Tao Defiant had said earlier was completely unnecessary. How to use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao was the crux of the matter. I can help you extract the presence of the blood of the heavenly Tao. Since I evolved into a Tao Defiant because of the blood of the heavenly Tao, the pressure from the laws of the blood of the heavenly Tao doesn't affect me too much. I can come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. That's your only way, said the Tao Defiant. Zhuowen fell silent. It was impossible for him to feel at ease letting the Tao Defiant come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant continued. I know you're worried about me, but I can swear that if you're still worried after that, then just pretend I didn't say anything. In any case, I've said everything I needed to say. The decision is in your hands. Zhuowen remained silent. He waved his sleeve, causing flames to blaze as he removed the ice lotus from the Tao Defiant. At the same time, he opened the white jade box that contained the blood of the heavenly Tao and revealed the dark blue blood within it. Zhuowen placed the ice lotus by the side of the box, and then terrifying cold energy instantly froze the box. However, the blood of the heavenly Tao was too terrifying, so it wasn't affected by the cold energy of the ice lotus at all. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Now, you could try to extract the aura of the Luo god from the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant took a deep and long glance at Zhuowen. Needless to say, Zhuowen's method was really good. The terrifying cold energy of the ice lotus had frozen the box on the ground, so the Tao Defiant wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had any ill intentions. The Tao Defiant slowly walked over to the blood of the heavenly Tao. The terrifying pressure of the laws emanated by the blood of the heavenly Tao really was completely useless against him. Zhuowen stared fixedly at the Tao Defiant as he was on guard against the Tao Defiant's actions. However, the Tao Defiant was extremely obedient and didn't do anything inappropriate. He just formed seals with his hands and really did start to extract the aura of the blood of the heavenly Tao. After around 4 hours of time passed, the Tao Defiant took a few steps back. There was a ball of dark blue energy at the center of his palm, and it seemed to be rather strange. This is Lord Luo God's aura. You just have to fuse it into your body, and then you'll possess Lord Luo God's aura. At that time, you'll be able to completely control the Imperial Sword and possess the qualifications to control the countless ancient swords of the ancient Sword Saint King. The Tao Defiant passed the ball of energy to Zhuowen. Chapter 2096. Design. Why? The Tao Defiant glared angrily at Zhuowen when he sensed his entire body turn icy cold and stiff, and he couldn't help but shout in a sharp voice. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Because I don't trust you. The Tao Defiant was furious. I helped you out of the kindness of my heart, yet you actually doubt me. Are you even human? Zhuowen just laughed coldly and remained silent. He just stared silently at the Tao Defiant, and his gaze grew colder and colder. It caused chills to run down the Tao Defiant's spine while he broke out in cold sweat. The Tao Defiant fell silent, and then he said coldly, "If you don't want to put yourself in danger, then there's another way, and that's to mix your aura with Lord Luotian's aura. After that, you don't have to absorb the aura into your body, and you just have to let it coil around your body and disguise yourself. However, there are quite a few flaws in this method. I wonder if King Sor will be able to see through it." Zhuowen glanced coldly at the Tao Defiant. He knew that the Tao Defiant hadn't told him about this method on purpose. He guessed that absorbing the aura into his body would probably cause quite a bit of side effects. Otherwise, the Tao Defiant wouldn't want him, Zhuowen, to use such a method. Zhuowen paid no further attention to the Tao Defiant, and his gaze descended onto the ball of dark blue energy in his hand instead. After that, a ball of white energy gradually rose up from his empty right hand. It was the aura that Zhuowen had extracted from himself. After that, Zhuowen crossed his hands together, and then the white and blue balls of energy started to revolve towards each other. They gradually sped up and fused into one in the end. As their auras mixed together, Zhuowen noticed that his aura had started to assimilate with Luotian's aura, and then their auras were ceaselessly neutralized. When the aura reached a balance, Zhuowen combined this new aura into a ball of gauze, covering the surface of his body. After that, he touched King's sword with his right hand. Although the King's sword was forcibly suppressed by Zhuowen, the sword spirit of the King's sword was proud and arrogant. It did not put Zhuowen in its eyes and was unruly. It was simply wishful thinking for Zhuowen to want the King's sword to recognize him as its master. However, things were different now. Zhuowen's aura was mixed with Luotian's aura, which made the sword spirit of the King's sword feel a trace of familiarity. It could feel that this was the aura of its master's bloodline back then. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wang Jian let out a mournful sword cry, then flew over and floated in front of Zhuowen. Then, it continued to revolve around Zhuowen, as if it was whispering its difficulties. Zhuowen reached out and gently stroked Wang Jian. The latter did not refuse, which made Zhuowen happy. Before this, he had also wanted to touch this King's sword, but every time his arm was almost cut off. Later on, he lost interest and gave up. Seeing that the King's sword was no longer resisting him, Zhuowen became bolder and began to try to refine the King's sword. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's intentions, the King's sword struggled a little. However, after sensing Luotian's aura, the King's sword hesitated and did not resist. Zhuowen was overjoyed. He quickly increased his strength and completely refined the king's sword. Zhuowen sat in the hall for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. The rusty king's sword turned into a stream of light and circled around Zhuowen's body. It looked extremely intimate and obedient. Zhuowen looked at the king's sword in front of him with joy. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered to himself. Finally, the king's sword has been completely refined. Moreover, the sword manipulation technique, Thousand Sword Rain, was also completely comprehended the moment the king's sword was successfully refined. This is incredible. Putting away the king's sword, Zhuowen was very excited. The moment he refined the king's sword, he could clearly sense the ancient sword tomb, which was far away from the Luoxin Palace ruins. There were more than 9,000 ancient swords stuck in the ancient sword tomb. In fact, if Zhuowen wanted to, he could mobilize the over 9,000 ancient swords. However, the Luoxin Palace ruins were completely sealed. Even if he could move those 9,000 ancient swords, it would be useless. Putting away the ice lotus, Zhuowen looked at the defiant and said, "Now, help me kill Yao Xiong and the king's spirit. Otherwise, if I die, the sky path blood will be taken by those two. When that happens, I cannot guarantee that they will let you go." The defiant moved his limbs and said, "Don't worry. There are some things that I know better than you. This is why I want to cooperate with you. But you have to be careful of Yao Xiong. He's a guy who hides very well." Zhuowen nodded, and then he left with the Tao Defiance. He had the blood of the Heaven Tao in his possession, so the Tao Defiance and Martyrs could only be led by the nose by him. He wasn't afraid of them acting against him unless the Tao Defiance intended to take him down with them. In the ruins of the Luoxin Palace, most of the walls were broken, as well as some remnant arrays. Suddenly, at the end of a corridor, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Then, 2 tall figures appeared. "Brother Yao, we seem to have lost him." The king's spirit narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Yao Xiong shook his head and pretended to smile mysteriously. "That Zhuowen is very cunning. We actually didn't lose him." As he spoke, Yao Xiong took out a palm-sized jar and smashed it. Suddenly, a terrifying, dense dark green mist gushed out from the jar. The dark green mist spread extremely quickly. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with dark green mist. The mist was very strange. Wherever it passed, it would corrode and corrode. The smell was very unpleasant. It was so bad that it made people want to vomit. "Brother D, take this pill. This is the antidote for the poison. If you don't take it first, I'm afraid you will be poisoned." Yao Xiong took out a green pill and gave it to the king's spirit. The king's spirit took the pill and looked hesitant. In the end, he swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the pill, the king's spirit's discomfort disappeared. He knew it was the antidote that had helped him. The poison is so strong. I don't believe Zhuowen can last long, the king's spirit said coldly. Yao Xiong and the king's spirit had been in the Luoxin Palace ruins for 5 or 6 days. They had been searching for a long time, but they had not found any clues about the sky path blood. They had not even found any other treasures. The two of them had suspected that Zhuowen, who had arrived first, had obtained the items in the ruins. Therefore, they had desperately searched for Zhuowen in the ruins. 4 to 6 hours ago, the two of them had encountered Zhuowen in this passageway. However, Zhuowen was swift, and he'd already fled towards the depths of the passageway at an extremely swift speed before the two of them could approach. What made the two of them gnash their teeth even more was that Zhuowen seemed to be very familiar with the ruins. In the twists and turns of the passageway, he instantly disappeared. In order to expose Zhuowen, Yao Xiong decided to use an extreme method, which was to release the poison mist. The poison mist was terrible. Once a cultivator was poisoned by it, they would not die immediately. Instead, they would be paralyzed and unable to move. As time passed, the poison would become stronger and stronger. Eventually, it would reach deep into the cultivator's body and corrode the illusory bridge. Furthermore, the poison mist was very diffuse. Although the passageway was deep, with the characteristics of the poison mist, it could cover the entire passageway and its depths for tens of thousands of meters. Yao Xiong guessed that this passageway was at most 10,000 meters long. At that time, Zhuan would be helpless against the poisonous fog. He could only sit and wait for death, waiting for the two of them to find him. Following the poison mist, the two of them went deep into the Luoshen Palace ruins. The corridor extended in all directions. A few hundred meters ahead, there were more than 10 branches. "Let's split up and search," the king's spirit suddenly suggested. Yao Xiong thought for a moment and nodded. He did not reject the king's spirit's suggestion. The two of them each chose 2 corridors and quickly disappeared into the corridors. After the two of them entered their respective corridors, 2 figures walked out from behind them. One of them was a young man in a black robe surrounded by demonic mist. The other person was very strange. His flesh was transparent, and dense blood vessels could be seen deep in his body. The two of them split up. "Which one do you want to deal with first?" The defiant looked at the black-robed Zhuan and asked in a low voice. "Let's kill the king's spirit first. This guy is very lucky. The corridor he chose is the one my main body entered." Zhuan grinned, then led the Tao Defiance into the passageway that the king's spirits had entered. On the other hand, the Tao Defiance led over 10 martyrs to follow closely behind Zhuan. Even though the martyrs were slow, their combat strengths were extremely formidable. Especially when they were under the control of the Tao Defiance, their strengths had become even more terrifying. I hope my luck is better than Yao Xiong's. If I meet Zhuan earlier, I can get the heavenly blood and leave the Luo God Palace ruins as soon as possible. The king's spirit flew quickly in the corridor. Thinking of Yao Xiong's various miraculous methods, the king's spirit was extremely afraid. Although the king's spirit's cultivation was higher than Yao Xiong's, he knew that Yao Xiong had many more trump cards. Once he stood up, the king's spirit was not confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. In the king's spirit's heart, Yao Xiong was too mysterious. We've reached the end already?" The king's spirit suddenly stopped and looked at the wall in front of him. He frowned. However, when he saw a figure lying on the cliff in front of him, his frown completely relaxed, and he even laughed out loud. It seems that the heavens are helping me. I randomly chose a corridor, and I met Zhuan." The figure lying on the ground was Zhuan's main body, dressed in white. Chapter 2097. Real or fake, the king's spirit was overjoyed as he stared at Zhuan, who was lying on the ground. It's really effortless to obtain it. The king's spirit suppressed his joy and walked over to Zhuan. However, the king's spirit did not let his guard down. As he walked over, he scanned Zhuan to make sure Zhuan was not poisoned. After confirming that it was Zhuan, the king's spirit clawed at Zhuan's body. Pang! The king's spirit grabbed Zhuan's body and heard a muffled noise. The king's spirit was surprised to find that Zhuan was no longer in his hand, but a pile of rubble. Is this an illusion? The king's spirit knew this was not good, so he quickly retreated. But before he could get far, a muffled noise came from behind him, followed by a powerful force acting on his back. With a grunt, the king's spirit came to a stop. It was then that he realized there was an invisible ripple around him. "Trap and kill array. Zhuan, did you trick me?" The king's spirit's eyes were cold, and he roared. Suddenly, a black fog erupted from his body. Countless bolts of black lightning emerged from the black fog, and the sound of horses' hooves could be heard. An incomparably handsome black horse rushed out from the black fog. The horse's hooves carried rolling black thunder. Its aura was like a rainbow, and its momentum was vast and mighty. The king's spirit jumped on the black horse, and black lightning surrounded his body. It turned into a black armor, and in his right hand, black lightning emerged to form a 3-meter-long halberd. The black horse roared at the sky. Its hooves were like the wind. In an instant, it disappeared from its original spot like a bolt of lightning. Soon after, the surrounding formless ripples formed a death trap array that was completely destroyed. The moment the trap and kill array was destroyed, the king's spirit saw Zhuan coming towards him. Zhuan held the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword in his right hand, while the 48 no beginning demonic golden swords circled around him. You want to die? The king's spirit laughed coldly and swung his halberd. The black horse under his feet followed the king's spirit's lead and dashed forward. The black horse's momentum and the king's spirit's arm strength made the halberd's attack look magnificent. The space around it shattered, and the wind was like a tsunami. Slash! The heavenly halberd shattered the glorious amethyst galaxy, divine sword, and the 48 golden sword of no beginning shattered. The heavenly halberd then pierced into Zhuo Wen's chest. Blood gushed out, forming a blood pillar. The king's spirit's right hand spun the halberd, and Zhuo Wen's body exploded into a cloud of blood. Inside the cloud of blood, the king's spirit's right hand grabbed the ring. Trash is trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. The king's spirit's eyes were full of pride, and he did not care about Zhuo Wen's body. Instead, he focused on the ring in his hand. This was because there was a high possibility that the blood of the way of the heavens was in the spiritual ring. After calming himself down, the king's spirit started to refine the spirit ring and erased all traces of Zhuo Wen from it. Opening the spirit ring, the king's spirit's divine sense entered the spirit ring, and his breathing quickened. Inside the ring, he found many treasures that made him excited. There were level 9 divine pills, godly medicines, and dozens of barrels of heavenly star essence. Every single item in here was enough to cause countless old monsters in the Qingyun realm to fight over them. This little bastard got a lot of treasures in the Luo God Palace. I'm going to be rich this time. The king's spirit's eyes were red with excitement, and his attention was drawn to a corner of the ring. There was a very inconspicuous gilded disc, and inside the gilded disc was a pool of blue liquid. The reason the king's spirit noticed the gilded disc in the corner was because of the blue liquid it was emitting. The aura was like a mountain collapsing, and the king's spirit could not breathe. Facing the blue liquid in the gilded disc, it was as if he was facing a god that he could only look up to. He could only worship it and not profane it. This is sky path blood. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes shone. The king's spirit took out the golden disc from his spirit ring. Even though the blood of Sky's power was terrifying, the king's spirit didn't care. He took out the golden disc and looked at the blood of Sky in front of him. Sky path blood. When I reach the 8th step of the Void Sky Bridge, I will be able to use the Sky path blood to break through the shackles and reach the 9th step of the Void Sky Bridge. The king's spirit held the golden disc and laughed, but he did not notice the blue blood lines on the surface of the golden disc. They were attached to the king's spirit's hands. The blue blood lines were very fast, and they spread through the king's spirit's body. The king's spirit felt something was wrong, and when he saw the blue blood lines on his hands, he quickly threw the golden disc away. But what made the king's spirit's heart go cold was that the golden disc seemed to have taken root in his hands, and he could not get rid of it. The king's spirit also noticed that as the blue blood lines spread through his body, a chill ran through his body, and his movements became slow and stiff. At that moment, the king's spirit realized that he had been tricked. Whoosh! While the king's spirit's body was stiff, a wind-breaking sound was heard. It was very fast, and it was aimed at the king's spirit's vitals. The king's spirit's hair stood on end, and his body moved to the side. A purple sword pierced his left rib, and blood splattered everywhere. The king's spirit used all of his god powers to see Zhuo Wen, who was wielding a purple sword. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he shouted, "How is that possible? Why aren't you dead?" Zhuo Wen raised his sword and looked down at the king's spirit. He laughed coldly and said, "Look at your hands. Do you really have sky blood on them?" The king's spirit looked down and saw that Han San was no longer holding the gilded disc. Instead, there was an ice lotus in his hand. The ice lotus was incredibly cold, and it was eating away at the king's spirit's body. It was slowing down its movements. The lower half of the king's spirit's body had become an ice sculpture. As the cold air continued to rise, the upper half of the king's spirit's body began to freeze. What is this? Why is it so cold? The king's spirit's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He tried to use his god powers to break the ice, but it was useless. His feet were rooted to the ground, and he could not move an inch. Tsk tisk, there's no need to struggle. I personally experienced how frightening this ice lotus is. Even though you're strong, you'll only be able to struggle free from this ice lotus," said an eerie voice. The king's spirit turned around and saw a transparent defiant walking toward them. His face was full of mockery and ferocity. "Defiant, I didn't expect you to break free from Yao Xiong's bindings," the king's spirit said. The defiant shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong's bindings? That was just a show for you to see. If Yao Xiong really wanted to tie me up, I really wouldn't have been able to break free." "What do you mean?" The king's spirit had a bad feeling about this. "Don't waste your time talking to him. Brother Yao is going to get the sky blood. Then he'll free you and allow you to leave Luo God Palace. And I'll get half of Luo God Palace's resources. What's the point of talking to this evil king spirit?" Zhuo Wan, who was holding the purple sword, looked impatient. The purple sword sliced through the air and flew towards the emperor's spirit's forehead. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. A pitch-black horse appeared in front of the king's spirit. Then, the black horse let out a cry and exploded. Black lightning came out of the black horse's body and entered the king's spirit's body. In an instant, the king's spirit was filled with black lightning. The ice around him broke, and he regained his freedom of movement. Pang! The king's spirit kicked Zhuowen in the chest. Zhuowen grunted and slammed into the wall. "Do you think this cheap trick will work?" The king's spirit grunted and continued to move toward Zhuowen. Although his hands were still bound by the ice lotus, his power had increased. The ice lotus cold air did not affect him much. "Brother Yao, do something." Zhuo Wen's face was filled with terror as he involuntarily shouted. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes became gloomy. He did not believe Yao Xiong would work with Zhuowen and the Defiant. After all, he had worked with Yao Xiong a few times, and he knew what kind of person Yao Xiong was. Pang! Unfortunately, before the king's spirit could even get close to Zhuowen, a frightening wind came from his palm, and it hit the king's spirit's waist. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed, and he coughed up blood. He was slammed into the wall. The king's spirit's eyes were cold as he looked at the man who had attacked him. The man was wearing a golden robe, and the king's spirit was very familiar with him. It was Yao Xiong. The king's spirit's eyes were red, and he stared at Yao Xiong. He shouted, "Yao Xiong, you have been using me all this time. Do you want to die?" The king's spirit roared, and his power exploded. On his chest, a red symbol appeared. Clearly, the king's spirit had used a secret skill that could increase his power for a short time. As for the ice lotuses on his hands, they were also forcibly broken free from him. Pang! The king's spirit stepped forward, and the entire wall was crushed. He ran towards Yao Xiong like a cheetah. Yao Xiong looked cold, and he was not afraid of the king's spirit. Chapter 2098. The king's spirit's killing intent. The king's spirit was fast, and it disappeared from where it stood. When the king's spirit left, Yao Xiong, who was wearing a golden robe, sighed in relief. He said, "Luckily, the king's spirit didn't see through my disguise. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble." After Yao Xiong finished speaking, he took off an almost transparent mask on his face with his right hand, revealing a youthful face that was quite pleasing to the eye. The young man was none other than the black-clothed Zhuowen. Zhuowen had planned to kill the king's spirit, but something unexpected had happened. He hadn't expected the king's spirit to be so powerful. If Zhuowen used his trump card to fight the king's spirit, the chances of him winning would be 50-50. There was a good chance they'd both end up injured. He might have even sacrificed one of his clones. Zhuowen had decided to have the black-clothed Zhuowen pretend to be Yao Xiong. He wanted the king's spirit to think that Yao Xiong had been using him. Although the process had been difficult, it had still worked. The king's spirit had been forced to use a secret skill, and the side effects would be great. The king's spirit would hate Yao Xiong. If they met again, they'd fight. Zhuowen walked up to the Defiant and asked, "Where is the king's spirit now?" The Defiant smiled and waved his sleeves. The transparent veins on his chest began to intertwine, forming a red pattern. If one looked closely, they could see that the red pattern was a map of a certain location. This map was the map of the entire interior of the ruins. The King Spirit is here, and Yao Xiong is here. They're almost opposite each other. It will be difficult to meet them. The Defiant pointed at the two red dots on the pattern. Can we let them meet? Zhuowen looked at the Defiant. He knew that the man had absolute control over the Luo God Palace ruins. If he hadn't held back and entered the ruins, he would have been killed by the Defiant. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Zhuowen had been careful. He'd taken the blood of the sky, and he'd taken control of the Defiant and Martyr. The Tao Defiant spoke proudly. Yes, these ruins have always been operating under the control of my illusions. So, even an expert in the Tao of formations would probably be affected and controlled by me upon entering these ruins. Then let the two of them meet. As long as the two of them start fighting each other, I will take action to finish them off, Zhuowen said with a cold look in his eyes. The Defiant nodded and said, the King Spirit used a secret skill to increase his power. The side effects. He's tired. He won't be able to defeat Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong is only at the 6th step of the Void Sky realm, but the King Spirit is at the peak of the 7th step. Even if the King Spirit is injured, it won't be easy for Yao Xiong to kill him, right? Zhuowen said with surprise. The Defiant shook his head and said, you haven't fought Yao Xiong, so you don't know how terrifying he is. Besides, Yao Xiong isn't simple. He's noticed the strangeness of the ruins, and he's trying to break through my illusion. If he really does encounter an injured King Spirit, then the King Spirit has the highest chance of dying. Zhuowen frowned. He thought for a moment, and then he took out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence and said, put these 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence where the King Spirit must pass, and then let them meet. The Defiant took a deep look at Zhuowen. When Zhuowen was in the formless formation, the Defiant knew that Zhuowen had an extremely large amount of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. So he wasn't surprised that Zhuowen had taken out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. All right, I'll ask the Martyr to take it to where the King's Spirit must pass. As he spoke, the Defiant passed the jade bottle that contained the 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence to one of the Martyrs behind him. After that, the Martyr walked towards the rock wall at the side with a blank expression, and then his entire body fused into the rock wall like a weak stream of water. It wasn't long before the Martyr appeared by the Defiant's side once more. Obviously, he placed the Heavenly Domain Starry Essence there. It's time for a good show. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he leaned against the rock wall and muttered in a low voice. A figure that was in a rather sorry state flashed through a dark passageway, and then he stopped on a rock wall while gasping for breath with a pale countenance. Yao Xiong, I really never expected that you've been deceiving me all this time. I'll definitely kill you once I've recovered. It was the King's Spirit that had fled, and his eyes were filled with resentment at this moment. He'd suffered a great loss at the end of the passageway. First, he'd been hit by the Defiant's illusion, then he'd been bound by the terrifying Ice Lotus, and then he'd been ambushed by Zhuowen. In fact, his injuries were quite serious, and he'd used a secret technique to forcibly break free from the Ice Lotus. It could be said that his injuries had worsened. If Yao Xiong hadn't appeared, the King's Spirit might have tried to kill Zhuowen even at the cost of his injuries. But Yao Xiong had appeared, so he'd retreated at that moment. Although Yao Xiong's cultivation was lower than his, the King's Spirit knew that Yao Xiong couldn't be compared to an ordinary Void Sky Lu Deng. Yao Xiong was much stronger than the Void Sky Lu Deng, and he had many trump cards. Even if the King's Spirit was at his peak, he wasn't 100% sure that he could kill Yao Xiong. At that time, the King's Spirit's injuries were too severe, and if he couldn't kill Yao Xiong in one blow, he would have died there. So, after weighing the pros and cons, the King's Spirit finally retreated. Once his injuries were healed, he would settle the previous debt with Yao Xiong. And that little bastard Zhuowen. I didn't expect that bastard to be in cahoots with Yao Xiong. They were just putting on a show right from the start. I almost believed them. My poor black lightning fell just like that. Thinking of the black horse that had accompanied him for thousands of years, the king's spirit's heart ached. King Spirit slowly leaned against the wall and placed his right hand on the wall behind him. He frowned. The king's spirit felt a bump in his right hand. He gently pressed the bump, and the bump sank into the wall. Creak! On his right, a secret door that was several feet wide appeared. Inside the secret door, a sparkling and translucent jade bottle was quietly placed inside. The king's spirit looked at the jade bottle and said to himself, Yao Xiong and I have been searching the ruins for 5 or 6 days, but we didn't find anything. Now that we're alone, I'm surprised I've come across something like this. I don't know what's inside. The king's spirit was a little cautious. He picked up the jade bottle and opened the cork. Then, a surge of medicinal power rushed into the sky. This medicinal power was very strange. At the top of the passage, a huge shadow appeared. Countless galaxies were arranged. It was a spectacular sight. This is heavenly star essence. The king's spirit trembled. He was stunned. Then, he raised his head and laughed. His eyes were full of ecstasy. I didn't expect it to be the heavenly star essence. I really didn't expect it. God is helping me. The king's spirit's eyes were cold. Yao Xiong, you deceived me. The king's spirit, will not let this go. No wonder when we searched the ruins for treasures, we didn't find anything. It seems that we were tricked by you. The real good things have been taken by Zhuowen. Then, the two of you will share the loot. Even the heavenly blood has been taken by the two of you. Today the king's spirit, can get the heavenly star essence. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive me. After saying that, the king's spirit snorted and took a drop of heavenly star essence. He felt refreshed, and his injuries were instantly healed. The heavenly star essence is worthy of its name. It can really heal injuries in an instant. The king's spirit carefully put away the jade bottle. There was still a drop of heavenly star essence in it. He must keep it safe. If his life was hanging by a thread, this thing could be a life-saving straw. Yao Xiong, Zhuowen, don't let me find you here. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. The king's spirit's eyes were like frost, like a flash of lightning in the dark night. He quickly swept forward. His overbearing divine sense swept around and scrupulously. At this moment, the king's spirit's cultivation had been restored to its peak. Even if Yao Xiong was not simple, the king's spirit was not afraid. And with the drop of heavenly star essence in his possession, he was even more fearless. The king's spirit returned to the place where Zhuowen had attacked him, but found that Zhuowen and Yao Xiong were no longer there. Let's leave this passage first. The king's spirit whispered in a low voice. There were dozens of passages in front of him. This was where he and Yao Xiong had parted ways. If the king's spirit wanted to find Yao Xiong and Zhuowen, he would have to go to other passages. The king's spirit even suspected that Yao Xiong had the secret passage in the ruins. Thinking of this, the king's spirit suspected that Yao Xiong had been playing with him all this time. The real good things had been taken by Yao Xiong, and the heavenly blood was no exception. When the king's spirit came out of the passage and arrived at the intersection, his eyes immediately fell on a man in a golden brocade robe not far in front of him. The man in the golden brocade robe was none other than Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong also noticed the king's spirit, and just as he was about to greet him, he saw the king's spirit's eyes. He frowned and looked puzzled. Brother D, you just came out. I didn't find anything in the passage before. What did you find? Although Yao Xiong was surprised by the king's spirit's strange behavior, he still asked politely. Chapter 2099. Secondary Heaven-Breaking Divine Artifact. Yao Xiong frowned as he realized something was wrong with the king's spirit. It was as if the king's spirit was condemning him. Just as Yao Xiong was about to ask what was going on, the king's spirit's murderous intent became even more terrifying. Yao Xiong couldn't help but shudder. Yao Xiong immediately took out a small golden shield from his spirit ring. The surface of the small golden shield was like a tortoise's shell. It was covered with crisscrossing lines. If one looked closely, they could see that the lines formed a giant tiger's head. A tiger's roar was heard as the surface of the small shield exploded with golden light. It then turned into a lifelike image of a giant tiger's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tiger head phantom formed by the golden light on the surface of the small golden shield collapsed. Yao Xiong felt a terrifying force coming from the small golden shield, and he couldn't help but retreat with the small golden shield in his right hand. At that moment, Yao Xiong realized that the large halberd was attacking the small golden shield like a venomous snake. "Brother D, what is the meaning of this? Are you crazy?" Yao Xiong's eyes fell on the king's spirit, who was holding the end of the halberd, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The king's spirit smiled coldly and said, "Yao Xiong, are you going to play dumb with me again? You just ambushed me, but now you're acting like nothing happened. You're quite good at acting. Unfortunately, I won't fall for your trick again." After that, the king's spirit took a deep breath. The halberd turned into countless halberd shadows, and like rain, they bombarded the small golden shield in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows were like a storm, and each of them was strong enough to tear apart the starry sky and shatter the stars. Ordinary cultivators of the void sky 6 steps would have a hard time dealing with them. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the heavenly halberd had collided with the small golden shield thousands of times. Every time, a golden light would explode, as if it was a golden rain. It was extremely eye-catching. Yao Xiong was furious. The king's spirit didn't hold back at all, and every attack was aimed at killing him. This puzzled Yao Xiong, and, at the same time, made him want to kill him. "Brother D, if you're so heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. I don't think I have mistreated you, and yet you want to kill me? Very well, I will show you that I am not to be trifled with." Yao Xiong said, and the small golden shield's golden light became 10 times brighter. It then became a golden shield a few dozen feet in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows of the heavenly halberd were terrifying enough. They landed on the surface of the golden shield one after another. However, the golden shield remained unmoved like a mountain. The king's spirit's eyes flashed with anger. He slapped the halberd with his right hand and stomped the ground with his right foot. The ground beneath the king's spirit's feet was unable to withstand the power of the king's spirit, and it cracked open like an abyss. Bang! 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 The halberd landed on the golden shield like lightning, and the halberd's black light began to explode. In an instant, the entire hallway was dyed black, as if it had been plunged into darkness. Then, the hallway collapsed. In the deep darkness, there were countless halberd shadows. They were like fish in the sea. They flew and gathered on the golden shield. Catcha! There was a crisp cracking sound, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield. Bang! Soon after, the golden shield was completely shattered. A blazing blade light slashed out the moment the golden shield was shattered. It was like a crescent moon that soared into the sky. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and the halberd slashed across the sky. It drew a horizontal line in the air and hit the crescent moon blade light. The horrible collision transmitted to the hallway, and finally it was completely destroyed. The king's spirit jumped up and through the hole in the hallway. He looked down at the ruins of the Luo God Palace with cold eyes. Not long after, another figure broke out of the ground. It was Yao Xiong, dressed in golden brocade robes. Yao Xiong held a golden blade. The blade's surface was covered with strange runes. The golden light was dazzling, as if there was a sun embedded in the blade. It constantly emitted a dazzling golden light. Your blade is a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. The king's spirit's eyes fell on the golden blade in Yao Xiong's hand. He could feel that the blade in Yao Xiong's hand was much more terrifying than an ordinary void sky divine artifact. The halberd in the king's spirit's hand was a top-grade void sky divine artifact, but compared to Yao Xiong's golden blade, it paled in comparison. Therefore, the king's spirit guessed that Yao Xiong's golden blade was a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Divine artifacts were divided into Empyrean divine artifacts, true divine artifacts, void sky divine artifacts, and a legendary sky-breaking divine artifacts. Of course, there was a difference in quality between each level. The halberd in the King Spirit's hand was a top-grade void sky divine artifact. It was the highest quality void sky divine artifact. However, above void sky divine artifacts was the sky-breaking divine artifact. It was said that sky-breaking divine artifacts were not man-made. Instead, they were powerful divine artifacts evolved from the heavenly Tao. They were powerful enough to kill any void sky cultivator. Even a void sky ninth-step expert who had transcended life and death would be defeated by a sky-breaking divine artifact. Sky-breaking divine artifacts were legendary divine artifacts. Even the rulers of the eight heavens had never seen one. However, there was another divine artifact between void sky divine artifacts and sky-breaking divine artifacts. It was the secondary sky-breaking divine artifact that the King Spirit had mentioned. Secondary sky-breaking divine artifacts were superior to void sky divine artifacts. However, their power was far inferior to sky-breaking divine artifacts. The formation of a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact was not fixed. It could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that evolved from a supreme-grade void heaven artifact, or it could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that was formed naturally. Therefore, there were many different reasons for the formation of secondary sky-breaking divine artifacts. Yao Xiong's gaze turned cold. The reason he was not afraid of the King Spirit despite his void sky six-step cultivation was because of the golden saber in his hand. Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber by accident in a dangerous place. It was not man-made, but formed naturally. After obtaining the golden saber, Yao Xiong had hired many skilled craftsmen to craft it. He had even hired powerful arcana masters to add many powerful restrictions to the golden saber. Strictly speaking, the golden saber was not a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. When Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber, it had not completely evolved. Its power was still much stronger than a top-grade void sky divine artifact. After Yao Xiong had refined the golden saber, it had become even more powerful. It was not far from becoming a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Although the golden saber had not completely evolved into a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact, its power was not something the King Spirit's halberd could compare to. To put it bluntly, Yao Xiong's golden saber was enough to close the gap between him and the King Spirit. Brother D, this Yao has never done anything to let you down. Why'd you try to kill this Yao when you met me? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Yao Xiong was furious, but he forced himself to calm down. He asked the King Spirit, "What do you think?" The King Spirit looked at the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand and sneered. "Don't you know what you have done? How dare you try to deny it? How ridiculous! Don't think you are so great just because you have a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact." "I'm not afraid of you." After saying that, the King Spirit kicked the ground with his right foot and charged towards Yao Xiong. The King Spirit was not afraid. He still had a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, which meant that he could afford to be injured again. With his cultivation level, if he used the secret technique again, he was confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. This time, the King Spirit did not only want revenge, but he also wanted Yao Xiong's treasures, especially the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand and the heavenly path blood. Yao Xiong didn't understand, but he could see the greed in the King Spirit's eyes, and it made him feel cold. "It seems like you want my golden saber? Since that's the case, don't blame this Yao for what happens next." Yao Xiong shouted as he stepped out into the void. He swung the golden saber in his hand, and golden light burst out in all directions. It actually manifested the shadows of golden suns. At this moment, Yao Xiong was surrounded by countless golden suns. He was like an invincible god in golden armor. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided again. The terrifying saber and halberd collided, creating a deafening sound. The two of them fought fiercely. The sky changed color and the earth cracked. Both of them had terrifying battle prowess of the Void Sky realm. The power of each of their moves was enough to kill an ordinary Void Sky cultivator. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The ruins of the Luo God Palace were destroyed beyond recognition. On the other hand, the Luo God statue was completely undamaged from the battle between the two of them. There was a powerful seal around the Luo God statue that blocked the shockwaves from the battle between the two of them. The two of them fought for an entire day and night. Suddenly, a figure flew out in a rather sorry state and smashed heavily onto the ground. The figure was the King Spirit with the heavenly halberd. The King Spirit's face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to climb out of the ground. Yao Xiong, who was in the sky, retreated a few hundred feet. He held his chest with his right hand and panted. Although he was injured, he was much better than the King's Spirit. Chapter 2100. Profit from a quarrel, the King's Spirit laughed coldly and said, "What happened? Don't you know it yourself? You actually dare to question me?" Yao Xiong frowned, and he knew something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, the King's Spirit cast a spell and hit himself in the chest. A red mark appeared on the King's Spirit's chest. The King's Spirit's power increased by 1,000 times. It broke through 7 times and reached 8 times. Yao Xiong's expression changed greatly as he roared, "You're crazy. You actually used a secret technique to increase your strength. At that time, both of us will suffer. You're courting death." The corners of the Emperor's Spirit's mouth were covered in a cold smile as he said, "I presume that Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance are hiding nearby, right? After I get rid of you, I won't let those two off either." The King's Spirit was confident that he still had a drop of heavenly star marrow, so he had one more chance to return to his peak. Compared to Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance, the Emperor's Spirit was even more afraid of Yao Xiong. As long as he could get rid of Yao Xiong and obtain his golden saber. So what if he used the secret technique? After he obtained the golden saber, his strength would definitely rise explosively. At that time, once he consumed the heavenly domain Starsky essence, then Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance would be nothing but ants that he could annihilate with a wave of his hand. Yao Xiong wished to say something more, but the King's Spirit stomped on the ground and cracked it. "Nine Song's ghost halberd." The King's Spirit shouted, and the halberd in his hand split into 9 halberd shadows. Each shadow twisted and turned into a ghostly shadow. 9 different ghostly shadows surrounded the King's Spirit, and a chilling aura emanated from it. It was as if Han's son had been plunged into the depths of a ghost town. This lunatic doesn't want to live anymore. Yao Xiong cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to fight the King's Spirit. Yao Xiong swung the golden saber in his right hand. The golden light was like an upside-down waterfall, surging up from the ground and forming a huge waterfall high in the sky like the Milky Way in the night sky. Yao Xiong swung his sword 9 times, and each strike hit the 9 ghosts around the King's Spirit. The gold light exploded, and the ghosts were destroyed. However, Yao Xiong was also deeply affected. With a muffled groan, he could not help but retreat. Every time he swung his blade, he would take a step back. In the air, he retreated a total of 9 steps before he finally stopped himself. At this moment, Yao Xiong was at his weakest. The King's Spirit's eyes shone with a light that had never been seen before. He gripped the halberd tightly, twisted his waist, and thrust it towards Yao Xiong's body. Yao Xiong was exhausted. Seeing the King's Spirit's halberd coming for him, he roared and swung his golden knife to change the direction of the halberd by 30 degrees. Pucci. Fresh blood spurted out as the halberd pierced through Yao Xiong's left rib and came out from his back. Die! The King's Spirit's face was pale. His secret skill was powerful, but the side effects were terrifying. He felt powerless. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed with anger. If the King's Spirit wanted to kill him, how could not fight back? Yao Xiong pulled out a black stone from his spirit ring and threw it at the King's Spirit. When the black stone left his hand, its surface lit up with countless golden runes. The runes then separated themselves from the stone and turned into thin golden threads that wrapped around the king's spirit. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed, but he did not pull out the halberd. Instead, he channeled his power into the halberd. Suddenly, the surface of the halberd shone with a ghostly light. The ghostly light was like the sharpest blade in the world. It pierced Yao Xiong's body and tore through it mercilessly. Pucci! Yao Xiong started to panic. He thought the king's spirit would use its halberd to block the black stone, but it didn't care. It wanted to kill Yao Xiong first. As soon as Yao Xiong thought of this, the power of the halberd exploded inside his body. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The moment Yao Xiong exploded into a cloud of blood mist, the golden threads from the black stone wrapped around the king's spirit and tightened. When the golden threads wrapped around him, the king's spirit took out the celestial star essence he had prepared and put it in his mouth. Boom! The golden threads exploded, and then more explosions followed. The explosions were getting more and more intense. Most of the places in the cloudy sky could feel the tremors of the explosions. The explosion didn't last long, and it was quickly broken by the halberd. The king's spirit walked out of the broken golden threads, holding the sky piercer halberd. He looked at Yao Xiong, who was regenerating his body. At that moment, Yao Xiong's whole body had become a cloud of blood mist. A gigantic, illusory, heavenly bridge floated above Yao Xiong, and waves of energy flowed into the bloody mist, causing Yao Xiong's body to gradually recover. There was already a trace of an embryonic form. Brother D, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't do anything stupid. Yao Xiong's soul, which was floating above his body, saw the king's spirit walk out of the golden threads. He was scared out of his wits. Yao Xiong thought the golden threads were strong enough to kill the king's spirit. But now, the king's spirit was not dead. Yao Xiong did not understand how the king's spirit had managed to do this. Brother D, if you want this sword, I can give it to you. It is called the Supreme Shining Sun Sword. It is very close to being a sky-breaking weapon. Yao Xiong quickly threw the golden sword to the king's spirit and retreated with the cloudy sky bridge. His body was still being regenerated by the cloudy sky bridge, and he could not fight. If the king's spirit wanted to destroy his cloudy sky bridge, he would die. He could only stall for time. The king's spirit took the golden sword and waved it around. He laughed and said, "Good sword. Brother D, you are right. This sword is only worthy of a genius like you. It is a waste for it to be in my hands," Yao Xiong quickly said. The king's spirit looked at Yao Xiong coldly and said, "Brother Yao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that you didn't want to be nice to me first." So, Yao Xiong hurriedly said, "Brother D, you must have misunderstood something. I have been searching for the blood of heavenly Tao in the passageway. This was the first time I met you. I have not done anything to offend you." The king's spirit shook his head, and with a kick of his right foot, he flew towards Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong howled and fled into the distance. Unfortunately, Yao Xiong was too weak right now, and his injuries were far from healed. There was no way he could outrun the king's spirit. The king's spirit stepped onto Yao Xiong's cloudy sky bridge, and with a kick of his right foot, countless cracks appeared on the bridge. "King Spirit, you will die." Yao Xiong's voice was filled with hatred. Then, Yao Xiong's cloudy sky bridge exploded. The king's spirit didn't have time to dodge the explosion, and it was engulfed by the energy of the illusory bridge's explosion. When the explosion finally subsided, the king's spirit's body fell to the ground. His clothes were ragged, and his face was pale. This Yao Xiong is really decisive. He blew up the cloudy sky bridge. The king's spirit's eyes were cold. Although Yao Xiong's cultivation was not as high as his, the power of the explosion was still terrifying. The king's spirit's body and mind were both damaged, and the injuries he received were not light. But this time I got lucky. With Yao Xiong's supreme shining sunblade and his spirit ring, it's not a big deal. The king's spirit opened his right hand and looked at the ring and the supreme shining sun knife. He grinned, and his eyes were filled with joy. What a wonderful fight! Suddenly, there was a clear sound of footsteps, followed by a sarcastic voice. Di Ling's face turned slightly solemn, and then he raised his head to gaze at Zhuo who was leading the Tao Defiance over. He tightened his grip on his halberd and laughed coldly. You're really late. I've already dealt with Yao Xiong. It's utterly useless for you to come over. Zhuo shook his head and said, On the contrary, I think I came at the right time. Yao Xiong is dead, and you're next. I think Yao Xiong won't be too lonely if you die with him. The king's spirit sneered and said, You? Even if you and Yao Xiong work together, I'm not afraid, let alone a piece of trash like you. Zhuo nodded and muttered to himself, What you said makes sense. My cultivation is indeed too weak. It's good that you know it. Die. The king's spirit sneered and jumped towards Zhuo. A mocking smile appeared on Zhuo Wen's face as he took out a black heart in his right hand. Zhuo took the black heart from the 7-poison puppet. It was the poison sac of the 7-poison puppet, and it was the main source of the 7-poison puppet's poison gas. Zhuo crushed the poison sac, and suddenly, dark green poison gas spread out like a hurricane. The king's spirit sneered. Poison gas couldn't affect him at all. He secretly mobilized his divine power and covered all the pores in his body. Then, he charged toward Zhuo without slowing down. But when the king's spirit was 10 meters away from Zhuo, his body trembled and fell to the ground. His body twitched, and his face turned green. What's going on? The king's spirit looked at Zhuo in disbelief. Is the celestial star essence useful? Zhuo asked the king's spirit with a smile. The king's spirit's pupils shrank as he stared at Zhuo and shouted, How do you know about the heavenly domain star essence? Because I put the 2 drops of heavenly domain star essence there on purpose. The purpose was to let you find it. If you hadn't recovered from your injuries, you wouldn't have dared to face Yao Xiong. Of course, in order to make you more confident and firm your desire for revenge, I gave you 2 drops. This way, you will have no worries. Chapter 2101. Servant Nation. The Emperor's spirit gnashed his teeth in anger. Now that he had guessed something, he stared at Zhuo and growled, That Yao Xiong, the Yao Xiong you saw before was a fake. Didn't you kill the real Yao Xiong? Zhuo smiled. The Emperor's spirit suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he realized he had been used by Zhuo. No wonder Yao Xiong always looked confused. It turned out that the Emperor's spirit had completely misunderstood Yao Xiong. Zhuo looked at the poisoned Emperor's spirit silently and felt a chill in his heart. The 2 drops of heavenly domain star essence he took out were mixed with the Saint Forbidden Divine pill Yao Xiong gave him. The Saint Forbidden Divine pill was said to be able to raise one's cultivation by a small level. It was extremely rare, but Zhuo had found another corpse in the stone room and knew how terrifying the Saint Forbidden Divine pill was. The Saint Forbidden Divine pill itself was not poisonous, but if it was contaminated with the 7 poison puppets' poison gas, it would immediately evolve into a highly toxic poison. Then, the cultivator who took the Saint Forbidden Divine pill would immediately die. At that time, Zhuo also had an attitude of trying it out. He ground the Saint Forbidden Divine pill into powder and merged it with the heavenly domain star essence. After all, the Emperor's spirit was a void sky 7th-step cultivator. In Zhuo's opinion, no matter how strong the Saint Forbidden Divine pill's poison was, it would at most restrict the Emperor's spirit's movements. Now it seemed that Zhuo had really underestimated the Saint Forbidden Divine pill's poison. The Emperor's spirit was in excruciating pain as it died from the poison. Thinking back to when he didn't find the corpse and unknowingly took the Saint Forbidden Divine pill, Zhuo knew that he would be restrained by Yao Xiong. If that Yao Xiong wanted Zhuo to die, he only needed to use the poison gas of the 7 poison puppets to make Zhuo die from the poison and suffer unbearable pain. Thinking of this, Zhuo's eyes flashed coldly. If Yao Xiong didn't die, Zhuo might have made Yao Xiong suffer a little. I hate it. The monarch's spirit roared to the sky and summoned the illusory heavenly bridge, intending to self-destruct. The king's spirit was well aware of his own condition. The poison in his body was terrifying, and it had paralyzed him completely. As time passed, the poison would only become more and more terrifying. In the end, he would die from the poison. Even if he didn't die from the poison, the king's spirit knew he could do nothing but wait for death. So, he might as well blow up the bridge and take Juon down with him. I have the antidote. Brother D, do you want to die just like that? The king's spirit looked at Juon and said, Do you mean you won't kill me? Yes, Juon said. Juon chuckled. Brother D, you are a peak 7th step void sky expert, just one step away from reaching the 8th step and becoming an ancestor of your sect. Do you want to die after cultivating for so many years? The king's spirit's eyes flashed, and he looked hesitant. The reason the king's spirit was able to get to where he was today was not only because of luck, but also because of his talent and hard work. The king's spirit had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and if he died today, it would be a waste. How could the king's spirit be willing to do that? You must have some special conditions for not killing me, right? The king's spirit calmed down and asked. Juon smiled and said, Of course there is a condition. Otherwise, why would I not kill you? What condition? The king's spirit asked coldly. Be my slave, Juon said coldly. In your dreams. The king's spirit's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Juon continued unhurriedly. I don't want you to be my servant forever. I want you to be my servant for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, you will be free to go wherever you want. The king's spirit hesitated. With his proud personality, he would not easily become someone's slave. But compared to his tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the king's spirit was hesitant. He did not want to die like this, and he did not want to be someone's slave forever. He only wanted to be someone's slave for 1,000 years. 1,000 years was nothing to a powerful being like the king's spirit. It could pass in the blink of an eye. If you still think it's inappropriate, you can choose to die. I won't stop you if you want to self-destruct. Anyway, I have a lot of heavenly domain star essence. Even if you self-destruct several times, as long as I don't run out of heavenly domain star essence, I'll still be fine, Juon said lightly. The king's spirit looked at Juon and said, I want a bottle of celestial star essence, and I will agree to be your slave for 1,000 years. What do you think? You're truly asking for an exorbitant price. That is fine. However, after becoming my servant, you must obey my orders. You're not allowed to disobey in the slightest. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Juon said coldly. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed dangerously, but Juon did not back down. In the end, the king's spirit nodded and said, Okay, now let go of your soul. I will plant a slave seal in your soul. Then, I will read it for you, Juon said. The king's spirit frowned and sighed. In the end, he let go of his soul. He knew this was the only way he could survive. Seeing the king's spirit let go of his soul, Juon nodded. Then, he condensed a slave seal in the air and imprinted it into the king's spirit's forehead. A crescent-shaped, golden mark appeared between the king's spirit's eyebrows. It was the mark of a slave seal. As long as the king's spirit had the slave seal, it could not resist Zhuo Wen's will. Otherwise, it would suffer the backlash of the slave seal. The pain was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. This slave imprint will automatically disappear after 1,000 years. I think you should be able to sense it, Zhuo said indifferently. The king's spirit did not answer. Instead, he asked coldly, Where is the antidote? Zhuo shrugged and said, First, give me Yao Xiong's supreme shining sunblade and spirit ring. The king's spirit snorted and handed the 2 items to Zhuo. Zhuo glanced at the supreme, glorious sun saber with a look of amazement. The supreme shining sunblade was infinitely close to being a sky-breaking divine artifact. Its power was greater than any other void sky divine artifact. It would be a great help to him in the future. Putting away the supreme shining sunblade, Zhuo opened Yao Xiong's spirit ring and whispered, This poison was made by Yao Xiong. I think the antidote should be in Yao Xiong's spirit ring. The king's spirit's face turned ugly. Once again, he felt like he had been played. However, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and silently watched Zhuowen rummage through Yao Xiong's spirit ring. After a while, Zhuowen pulled out a red jar from the spirit ring. Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful. With a slight sweep, he basically knew what was inside this spirit ring. Zhuowen had studied the poison in the king's spirit's body. So, after rummaging through the spirit ring, he quickly found the antidote. Take it. The antidote is in there. Zhuowen threw the red jar to the king's spirit. The king's spirit hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. After a while, the king's spirit realized the poison in his body was fading away. It seemed that the red jar really did contain the antidote. After the poison was removed, the king's spirit stood behind Zhuowen without saying a word. Zhuowen didn't care about the king's spirit's silence. He looked at the Defiant and said, "There should be many other treasures in the Luo God Palace besides the blood of heaven, right? But I don't seem to have found anything in the ruins." The Defiant's eyes flashed, but he smiled and said, "My lord, you don't know." The Luo God Palace was reduced to ruins in the war all those years ago. Most of the treasures are damaged. Even the ones that are left are basically useless after so many years. So, Zhuowen gazed coldly at the Tao Defiant and said, "So that's how it is. Even if there's nothing here, I still intend to enter the statue and have a look." The Defiant's face changed slightly. He knew that Zhuowen must have noticed something when the King's Spirit and Yao Xiong were fighting. After all, the entire Luo God Palace had been reduced to ruins by the shockwaves of the battle. Only the Luo God Stone statue was protected by powerful restrictions. Who would believe that there was nothing good inside the stone statue? Although Zhuowen had already obtained a heaven-defying treasure like the heavenly Tao blood from the Luoshan stone statue, given Zhuowen's intelligence, he knew that the Luoshan stone statue didn't just contain the heavenly Tao blood. It also contained the foundation of the Luoshan palace. The Defiant sighed and said, "My lord, there's actually another space inside the Luo God stone statue. I've never been there, so I haven't mentioned it to you." "Then take me there," Zhuowen said expressionlessly. The Defiant nodded and walked silently towards the Luo God stone statue. Last time, the Defiant had gone through the secret door at the left foot of the statue. This time, the Defiant went to the right foot of the statue. There was a secret door there as well. After the three of them entered the secret door suddenly plunged downward in the opposite direction of the right foot's ascending direction. It only fell for the time it took half an incense stick to burn before it calmed down. The secret door opened, and a pitch-black space appeared before Zhuowen. The only light came from a ball of light at the end of the space. The ball of light glowed like a star, and it glowed silently. "What is this place?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. The Defiant lowered his head and said, "This is the first time I've come here. Although I knew about this place, I've never entered it." "Why?" Zhuowen asked curiously. Chapter 21:02. The faceless woman's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the Tao Defiant, and he gazed at the ball of light while he became vigilant in his heart. Zhuowen gazed at the Tao Defiant and said, "You lead the way." The Tao Defiant's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare disobey Zhuowen's orders. Now that the blood of the Heaven Tao was in Zhuowen's possession, the Tao Defiant really didn't dare act against Zhuowen at all. In the end, the Tao Defiant yielded and nodded. "Then I'll lead the way." Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Tao Defiant lead the way, and then he followed slowly behind the Tao Defiant. On the other hand, the Emperor's spirit followed Zhuowen meticulously. Only the ball of light at the end of the path emanated rather brilliant white light amidst the darkness of the void. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive before the ball of light. Zhuowen raised his head and looked over. He noticed that the ball of light was oval in shape, and its surface was covered in countless fine threads of light. Zhuowen asked, "What's that?" The Tao Defiant shook his head with a blank expression. "I don't know what it is either." Zhuowen frowned slightly, and then he suddenly sensed a strand of unusual movement from within the spirit ring. Zhuowen had a strange expression on his face when he withdrew the white jade box. He was naturally very familiar with the box because it contained the blood of the Heaven Tao. Is it related to the blood of the Heaven Tao? Zhuowen pondered in his heart, and then he hesitated for a moment before he gently opened the box. A dark blue drop of blood of the Heaven Tao flashed out from within the box, and then Zhuowen hurriedly closed the box. If he didn't close the box in time, then Zhuowen knew that the blood of the Heaven Tao within the box would probably be absorbed into the ball of light. Zhuowen's gaze descended onto the ball of light once more, and he noticed that the ball of light was actually suffused with a dark blue glow. After that, strands of blue light that seemed like veins extended towards the darkness in the surroundings. In just an instant, the entire dark space was filled with blue light. Zhuowen looked around and noticed that there were actually numerous resources within this dark blue space. There were numerous medicinal fields that surged with medicinal energy, rich veins of, or there were like mountains, active weapons that floated in midair, and so on and so forth. Everything that was difficult to find in the outside world was actually here, and there were even many treasures that Zhuowen had never seen before. This should contain all of Luo Shun Palace's resources, right? The King's Spirit asked, his eyes shining. Looks like this space needs the blood of the Heaven Tao in order to be completely illuminated. I never expected that Lord Luotian would have such a trump card. I presume it's for the revival of the Luotian Palace. The Tao Defiant sighed. Zhuowen's eyes flickered with excitement. He focused on the darkness in the distance and said, if more blood of the heavenly Tao is placed in this ball of light, does that mean that it can illuminate even more space? The Tao Defiant spirit hesitated and said with uncertainty, I'm not sure, but you can give it a try. Zhuowen took a deep breath, held the white jade box in his hand, and opened it once more. However, his gaze didn't descend onto the ball of light, but onto the Tao Defiant spirit. The Tao Defiant spirit's eyes flickered, and he didn't seem to be very surprised. Bang! As soon as Zhuowen opened the box, he closed it once more. At the same time, a cold light erupted from the eyes of the Emperor's spirit who stood by Zhuowen's side. He took a step forward and smashed his fist against the Tao Defiant spirit. The Tao Defiant spirit was prepared. He clenched his fists, and countless blood-red threads instantly transformed into a blood-red mouth that blocked the Emperor's spirit's fist while the Tao Defiant spirit was blasted flying. What's the meaning of this? The Tao Defiant spirit gazed at Zhuowen with a slightly unsightly expression. As soon as the Tao Defiant finished speaking, the ball of light before Zhuowen suddenly exploded, and then the countless rays of blue light that coiled around the surface of the ball of light shot out like a rain of arrows and enveloped Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit. Little rebel, you're really too indecisive. At the instant the blue light enveloped Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit, a graceful figure walked out from the center of the ball of light. She wore a pink embroidered dress, was tall and slender. Her slender legs swayed slowly, and she was filled with temptation. But strangely, she didn't have any facial features. She was completely faceless. The Tao Defiant wasn't surprised when he saw her, and he said, Zhuowen is extremely cautious. That kid wouldn't have fallen for it at all if he hadn't used some sort of trick. The faceless woman spoke indifferently. He really is cautious. He clearly saw so many resources, yet he actually wasn't willing to give even more of the blood of the Heaven Tao to the ball of sacrifice. He only gave me a single drop, so I've only been able to awaken a portion of my strength. We possess so many resources, yet we're unable to utilize them at all. We're even unable to leave the area where the blood of the Heaven Tao resides. How pitiful! Both of us are unable to take the initiative to extract the blood of the Heaven Tao, but Zhuowen actually extracted it. The Tao Defiant shook his head and spoke rather helplessly. I spent so much effort to finally make Zhuowen believe that I'm a Tao Defiant that was a survivor of Luotian Palace from all those years ago. After that, I intentionally brought him here and used the resources of Luotian Palace as bait. I thought that kid would produce the blood of the Heaven Tao to completely activate the ball of sacrifice, but I never expected that all my efforts would be for naught. The faceless woman chuckled. It wasn't for naught. At the very least, I absorbed a drop of the blood of the heaven Tao and awakened from my deep slumber. All those years ago, Luoshin Palace suppressed both of us here for a few million years before it died. Perhaps it never imagined that I would be able to escape, right? The Tao defiant nodded, and then he gazed at the faceless woman and smiled. Even though you've awakened, your strength is far from recovered. That fellow, Zhuowen, isn't simple. Can you really trap him? The faceless woman spoke with disdain. Don't worry. The ball of sacrifice was created by Lord Brahma all those years ago. Once one is enveloped by the energy of the ball of sacrifice, then one's soul would be lost. At that time, one would become an unconscious martyr. The Tao Defiant was still quite worried, and he said, Zhuowen's soul is very strong. I'm afraid the ball of sacrifice wouldn't be very effective against him, right? Besides that kid possesses heavenly domain starry pith, so it's very difficult to kill him, right? Heavenly domain starry pith? That kid actually possesses such a precious treasure. Do you know how much he possesses? The faceless woman hurriedly asked. The Tao Defiant shook his head and said, I'm not very sure, but there are at least over 10 buckets of heavenly domain starry pith. That's quite a huge amount. That much. The faceless woman was shocked, but it wasn't long before she laughed coldly. A precious treasure like heavenly domain starry pith can only be refined by the Lord of the heavenly domain. That kid probably obtained it from Lord Brahma, right? However, the ball of sacrifice was personally refined by Lord Brahma as well. So that kid might not be able to resist the ball of sacrifice, even if he possesses heavenly domain starry pith. The Tao Defiant fell silent. Even though he was still quite worried, he trusted Lord Brahma's ball of sacrifice more. After all, it had heavily injured Goddess Luo all those years ago. Even though the ball of sacrifices might have been weakened to an extremely tiny extent because of Goddess Luo and time, the Tao Defiant knew that it was more than enough to deal with a cultivator like Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood on the spot while he stared solemnly at the threads of blue light that revolved incessantly around him. The threads of blue light actually flashed towards Zhuowen's head, and the tips of the threads of blue light were sharp. Zhuowen knew that if these threads of blue light pierced into his head, then he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen immediately withdrew the no-beginning devil gold swords. At the same time, he held glorious amethyst in his right hand while condensing a violet-colored sword with the energy of Tao insight in his left hand. He suddenly slashed out with both swords while the 48 no-beginning devil gold swords condensed into a dense defense. The strange thing was that Zhuowen's attack was completely useless before these threads of blue light, and it seemed as if they were transparent as they passed through the threads of blue light. Even the 48 no-beginning devil gold swords were actually pierced through by the threads of blue light, and then Zhuowen watched in shock as the threads of blue light flashed into Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen felt a bang resound before intense pain shot through his head, and he couldn't help but roll on the ground while holding his head with both hands. This kind of pain was too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, he couldn't help but groan in pain. Zhuowen felt as if, after the threads of blue light pierced into his head, they were constantly tearing at his soul, as if they wanted to tear his soul into pieces and take over his body. No, I have to stop these threads of blue light from entering my head. Zhuowen endured the pain and sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to circulate the star's meditation diagram. Zhuowen had always felt that this cultivation method was unusual. He was afraid that Tai Ching had specially chosen it for him, and it was extremely suitable for Zhuowen and his doppelganger to cultivate. In Zhuowen's spiritual space, endless threads of blue light appeared. These threads of blue light flashed out in an extremely domineering manner, nibbling away at the spiritual galaxies in his spiritual space, fusing them into even more threads of blue light. Explode. Chapter 2103. Breaking apart the divine soul galaxy was completely shattered, forming a terrifying force that swept through the divine soul space. The blue light threads were endless, but they were also torn to pieces by the shattering force of the divine soul galaxy. Zhuowen immediately took the heavenly domain starry sky essence, but his complexion did not improve because of the destruction of the blue light threads. Because the blue light threads from the outside continued to pour into Zhuowen's divine soul space, trying to completely control Zhuowen's divine soul, and Zhuowen could only passively resist these troublesome blue light threads. If Zhuowen really could not resist, then he could only shatter the divine soul galaxy and tear the invading blue light threads with a shattering force. Although Zhuowen had the heavenly domain starry sky essence, the impact of shattering the divine soul galaxy was not small, and it was very taxing on his mind. But Zhuowen could do nothing. After all, these blue light threads were too difficult to deal with. The blue light threads invaded the divine soul again and again, and Zhuowen could only passively shatter the divine soul galaxy again and again, and his face soon became extremely pale. However, fortunately, the star's meditation diagram was extremely magical and had infinite possibilities. Although Zhuowen was constantly shattering the divine soul galaxy, Zhuowen's divine soul was also constantly growing stronger by relying on this magical power. In Zhuowen's divine soul space, every time the divine soul galaxy was restored, the number of galaxies would increase, and it was still increasing exponentially. Time gradually passed, and Zhuowen stayed in it for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the time was not long, Zhuowen had entered the gates of hell countless times. Every time the divine soul galaxy was shattered, he would die and come back alive, which was extremely uncomfortable. But his divine soul was growing very fast. At this moment, in Zhuowen's divine soul space, there were originally only 1,000 divine soul galaxies, but now there were 3,000 divine soul galaxies. And Zhuowen also used 1/10 of the heavenly domain starry sky essence in these 3 days and 3 nights, which showed how terrifying the surrounding blue light threads were and how high the attack frequency was. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, only to see blue threads of light flying towards him once more, wrapping around Zhuowen in an attempt to envelop Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and flashed with a sharp light. The blue light threads that were originally entwining around him retreated one after another, not daring to approach Zhuowen. Zhuowen walked slowly through the blue light, and he used his will to find the king's spirit that was struggling against the blue light not too far away. At that moment, the king's spirit's eyes were glazed over. His calves began to become transparent, and his veins could be seen clearly. Martyr. Zhuowen looked at the king's spirit, and it reminded him of the martyr he had seen. He was sure that if he waited any longer, the king's spirit would become a martyr and become a walking corpse. It looks like the Defiant has been hiding a lot of things from me. This martyr wasn't created by the heavenly blood. It was created by this strange ball of light. Zhuowen's eyes became even colder. He stepped in front of Di Ling and pointed his finger at Di Ling's forehead. Then he released a powerful godly will. The king's spirit's body trembled, and the confusion in his eyes turned into pain. Then he regained his clarity. Zhuowen's will was now stronger than the blue light threads. The blue light threads that invaded the king's spirits were all destroyed. The king's spirit's eyes became clear again, and he looked at Zhuowen. Then he looked at the blue light threads around him and said, "What are these things? Why are they so scary?" My divine soul almost collapsed. The king's spirit looked at Zhuowen strangely and asked, "Did you get rid of these blue light threads?" Zhuowen laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you got rid of them all by yourself? If I hadn't come in time, you would have become a martyr." "A martyr? That monster was created by the heavenly blood." "This thing isn't the heavenly blood," the king's spirit said with a frown. Zhuowen said coldly, "Do you think the Defiant's words can be trusted? Most of the information you and Yao Xiong received was fake. The Defiant must have purposely released it." The king's spirit had been practicing for a long time, and he was smarter than most people. He quickly figured out what was going on. What is the Defiant's purpose? Isn't he created by the heavenly blood? You have the heavenly blood. Isn't the Defiant afraid you'll die? The king's spirit asked with confusion. There's only a single answer, and it's that the Tao Defiants weren't telling the truth from the beginning until the end. Regardless of whether it's the Tao Defiants or the Tao Martyrs, they aren't monsters created by the blood of the Heaven Tao. I'm afraid the Defiant and the Martyr were created because of this ball of light. The reason I was drawn here is probably because I have the heavenly blood, and the ball of light needs the heavenly blood to provide energy. Zhuowen smiled coldly as he analyzed calmly, and his analysis wasn't far from the truth. The Emperor's spirit frowned and said, if the orb of light requires the blood of the heavenly Tao, then the Tao Defiants could have taken the blood of the heavenly Tao for themselves. Why did they have to go through so much trouble to let you take the blood of the heavenly Tao and bring it here? Zhuowen spoke indifferently. It's very simple. The blood of the Heaven Tao restricts both Tao Defiants and Tao Martyrs. They're unable to come into contact with the blood of the Heaven Tao, and it's even to the extent that they might suffer backlash from it. Zhuowen even suspected that the Tao Defiant had noticed him a long time ago, and then he'd intentionally opened the secret door for the sake of drawing Zhuowen into the stone statue to obtain the blood of the Heaven Tao. If that's really the case, then these Tao Defiants are truly too terrifying, and they're so scheming. The killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes grew even denser when he thought up to this point. The king's spirit fell silent. Even though Zhuowen's analysis wasn't perfect, it was very reasonable. The king's spirit had felt that something was off when he'd entered this place with Yao Xiong, and now he finally knew why. They'd always thought that the Defiant and the Martyr were related to the heavenly blood, and the Defiant had never denied it. So, Zhuowen, who possessed the heavenly blood, hadn't been on guard against the Defiant at all, and he'd been tricked by the Defiant in the end. The faceless woman and the Defiant stood side by side outside the blue thread of light, and they gazed silently at it. The Defiant glanced sideways at the faceless woman and asked, "Those two have more or less become martyrs, right?" The faceless woman's face was extremely gloomy as she stretched out her slender hands and swiftly formed seals. In an instant, the blue thread of light actually started to revolve swiftly like a tornado. What's wrong? The Defiant felt that something was off. The faceless woman spoke indifferently. There's a small accident, but it'll be fine very soon. As soon as she finished speaking, terrifying rumbling resounded from within the blue thread of light, and it was like countless bombs had exploded at the same time. After that, the dense blue thread of light actually rumbled as it dispersed, and then two figures flashed out from within it and shot towards the faceless woman and the Defiant. What's going on? They're actually fine? The faceless woman howled sharply and immediately retreated. At the same time, she ceaselessly formed seals with her slender hands, and the blue thread of light instantly swept out like a tsunami and tried to swallow Zhuowen. Zhuowen grunted coldly, while the 3,000 soul galaxies within his soul began to operate at the same time. In an instant, dense and invisible ripples appeared in an area of 5,000 kilometers around Zhuowen, and the pressure in the surroundings became extremely terrifying as soon as Zhuowen released his divine sense, and it was like a myriad of mountains were smashing down. The blue thread of light that was under the faceless woman's control had actually collapsed at the instant that Zhuowen released his divine sense. Zhuowen laughed coldly without end in his heart. After tempering himself for 3 days and 3 nights within the blue thread of light, Zhuowen's divine sense had far surpassed the strange blue thread of light a long time ago. The faceless woman's attempt to use the blue thread of light against him was simply like throwing meat buns at a dog. The Defiant's expression changed drastically, and he leaped over with the intention of protecting the faceless woman. Unfortunately, there was no way the king's spirit would let the Defiant have his way. The Emperor's spirit was an expert at the peak of the 7th ascension in Void Sky, So even Zhuowen would probably be in an extremely sorry state if he encountered the Emperor's spirit head-on, and he might not even be confident in his ability to defeat the Emperor's spirit. Even though the Defiant was formidable, there was still a gap between him and the Emperor's spirit, so the Emperor's spirit immediately suppressed the Defiant in battle. The faceless woman howled fiercely and immediately fled. Her only ability at the moment was to control the blue thread of light, but that attack was useless against Zhuowen. She really had no other choice but to flee. Zhuowen's lips curled into a sneer, and the gigantic torch dragon wings sprouted from his back as he disappeared from where he stood. He was extremely fast, and the wind howled loudly. After a while, Zhuowen caught up with the faceless woman, and his divine sense turned into a powerful cage that imprisoned the faceless woman in midair. The moment Zhuowen imprisoned the faceless woman, the Emperor's spirit's battle also ended. The Defiant was sent flying by the Emperor's spirit's halberd, and he landed heavily on the ground not far from Zhuowen. Chapter 2104. Soul Kill the Tao Defiant had a bitter smile on the corners of his mouth. He gazed at the faceless woman and said, "Didn't I tell you? Zhuowen isn't simple." The faceless woman struggled incessantly, but she was unable to struggle free at all. She spoke in a sharp and furious voice. "How could this kid be a match for me if I wasn't so heavily injured?" Zhuowen gazed silently at her. He knew that she was probably the culprit who'd controlled those threads of blue light to attack him. "Tao Defiant, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue lying, then I'm truly sorry, but you'll definitely die today." Zhuowen paid no further attention to the faceless woman, and he gazed murderously at the Tao Defiant who'd been pinned to the ground by the halberd. The bitterness on the Tao Defiant's face grew denser, and he sighed lightly in the end. "I'll tell you everything." The faceless woman spoke anxiously. "Little rebel, are you going to betray Master?" The Tao Defiant spoke with waning interest. The Luotian placed a powerful curse on the extreme west a long time ago. It's a curse that the Luotian placed on the 9 ascensions of the void sky at the cost of his life. "Master can't come here at all. Our waiting is in vain. Sacrificial maiden, it's best that you don't have any illusions." The faceless woman intended to say something, but Zhuowen forcefully sealed her mouth, causing her to be unable to speak. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. "Go on." The Tao Defiant glanced at Zhuowen while the complicated expression in his eyes grew denser. From the beginning until the end, he'd been scheming against this young man. But every single one of his schemes had actually ended in failure. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his schemes, and the only problem was that this young man was truly too cautious. Moreover, this young man's intelligence was terrifying like a demon's. "I presume you've guessed a little, right? Tao Defiance and Tao Martyrs weren't created by the blood of the Heaven Tao, and they were fostered by the sacrificial maiden's strength. Moreover, I'm not a disciple of Luotian Palace. I'm a disciple of Brahma Palace. I entered Brahma Palace with Luotian Palace after she left." The Tao Defiance spoke tirelessly about the events of the past. The rough content wasn't much different from what the Tao Defiance had said earlier. The only difference was the identities of the Tao Defiance and the identity of the Sacrificial Maiden. The Tao Defiant and Sacrificial Maiden were both disciples of Brahma Palace, and they were the only elite disciples of Brahma Palace in countless years. The Tao Defiants were relatively normal cultivators, but the Holy Maiden was extremely strange. She was born with no face, and she was abandoned by her parents when she was born before being taken away by Lord Brahma. The Sacrificial Maiden had a special kind of energy since she was young, and that was her unusually powerful divine soul. Moreover, the Sacrificial Maiden's use of divine soul had reached a level that even great Brahma was amazed. She could even parasitize herself in a cultivator's divine soul. Back then, the Luotian goddess had agreed to Lord Brahma's request to take away the Tao Defiant, while the Sacrificial Maiden had parasitized the Tao Defiant soul and entered the Luotian palace together. After Luo Shan advanced to the void sky 9 steps, Great Brahma had already set his sights on Luo Shan's heavenly Tao blood. When Luo Shan came out of seclusion, she had suffered from chi deviation because she had cultivated a secret technique given by Great Brahma. At that time, the Tao Defiant had immediately informed Great Brahma, and at the same time, the sacrificial maiden had rushed out of the Tao Defiant's divine soul and used the energy that Great Brahma had left in the sacrificial maiden to launch a sneak attack on Luo Shan. At that time, the sacrificial maiden had been sealed in the ball of light by Luo Shan. Then, Great Brahma had appeared and attacked Luo Shan. What happened next was basically the same. In the end, Luo Shan had perished and the far west had become a cursed land. Great Brahma had never dared to step into the far west again. From then on, the far west had become a truly ownerless land. Although Great Brahma had sent many cultivators into the far west, they had never found the true location of the Luo Shan palace ruins and had left the matter unsettled in the end. This sacrificial maiden's attainments in divine soul are very profound. Zhuowen looked at the imprisoned sacrificial maiden and couldn't help but recall the blue light threads that she controlled. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Those blue light threads targeted the soul. Now that he thought about it carefully, those blue light threads were formed from divine sense. If she wasn't heavily injured, then no matter how formidable Zhuowen's soul was, he might not be a match for her. After all, she was much more proficient in utilizing her soul than Zhuowen. The Tao Defiant nodded and said, "The sacrificial maiden was born with exceptional attainments in divine soul. So that's how it is." Zhuowen muttered softly. His right hand formed a claw and suddenly grabbed the sacrificial maiden's head, and then he started to forcefully invade her soul. Spurt! Both the sacrificial maiden and Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Zhuowen was even bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, and his face was ghastly pale. "You want to search my soul? Do you really think you can invade my soul just because your soul is strong? What's the point of having a strong soul? You have to know how to utilize it as well." The corners of the sacrificial maiden's mouth was covered in ridicule. Even though her entire body was restrained, Zhuowen's divine sense invading her soul was no different than sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger. Zhuowen wasn't infuriated, but delighted instead. He consumed a drop of heavenly Starsky essence and said with a smile, "Then let's do it again." As she gazed at Zhuowen, who'd instantly recovered after consuming the heavenly Starsky essence, the sacrificial maiden's beautiful face froze, and she cursed in her heart that Zhuowen was truly wasteful. Zhuowen tried over and over again to invade the sacrificial maiden's soul, but he failed every single time. However, Zhuowen wasn't discouraged. He continued to invade the sacrificial maiden's soul with his divine sense over and over again, while deducing the method the sacrificial maiden utilized her soul. Bang! For hours later, the sacrificial maiden's figure shook while blood flowed from all 7 of her orifices, and her countenance was ghastly pale. Zhuowen's eyes flickered with bright light, and then his divine sense directly poured into the depths of the sacrificial maiden's soul. The sacrificial maiden didn't resist at all. Her figure trembled, and she could only passively endure the pain of Zhuowen's soul searching. The soul searching lasted for half an hour before Zhuowen withdrew his divine sense, and his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. This sacrificial maiden was indeed gifted. Her memories recorded many powerful methods of using the divine soul. If Zhuowen learned these methods of utilizing the soul, the power of his divine sense would at least increase by several times. Once Zhuowen was fighting with the enemy, he would suddenly release his divine sense attack. The opponent would inevitably be caught off guard. If he encountered a cultivator with a weak divine sense, it was possible to achieve a one-hit kill effect. The sacrificial maiden named this soul attack technique Soul Kill. Zhuowen forcibly searched the sacrificial maiden's soul again, causing her to almost foam at the mouth. After discovering that there were no other useful memories, Zhuowen completely erased the sacrificial maiden's soul. The The sacrificial maiden was unlike ordinary cultivators. She didn't possess a void bridge, and she only cultivated her soul. The stronger her soul was, the more capable it was of killing most void sky cultivators by relying on the soul kill technique. It could be said that she was a very strange freak. Of course, Zhuan was a freak as well. His soul was extremely formidable as well, but he didn't possess a soul kill technique that formed its own system like the sacrificial maiden. The Tao Defiant gazed at the fallen sacrificial maiden, and his entire body trembled, yet he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of infuriating Zhuan. Zhuan's gaze wasn't on the Tao Defiant, and it was on the boundless resources in this space instead. Moreover, his gaze was filled with burning desire. Zhuan flicked his sleeve and actually summoned a devouring vortex, and then a few figures walked out from within the vortex. Winner, did something happen? The person in the lead was a couple. They were Zhuan's parents, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Behind them were Lu Hantian, Wu Dai, Yuan Hongwan, and the other peerless geniuses of the Heavenly Armor Continent. After Zhuan continuously invested a large amount of resources over the years, their cultivation had grown rapidly, especially Lu Hantian and Yuan Hongwan. The two of them had actually broken through the Void Sky realm and reached the first step Void Sky realm. On the other hand, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Wu Dai were slightly weaker. They were peak true god, 3 disasters, and the other higher-ups were also true gods. Currently, there were many true gods on the Heavenly Armor Planet, but there were relatively few Void Sky cultivators. There were only 2 of them. Moreover, the Ziwei Galaxy in Devour's inner world was slowly developing, and many cultivators had begun to migrate to other life planets in the Ziwei Galaxy. Originally, the Ziwei Galaxy had become extremely desolate after Lei Qi destroyed it, but now it was much more lively. Zhuan smiled as he looked at Long Xiaotian and the others. He pointed at the terrifying amount of resources around him and said, "I'm afraid that our Ryuka and Heavenly Armor Planet will really develop. These resources will be enough to nurture many Void Sky cultivators." Long Xiaotian and the others looked around, and their bodies shook. They were all stunned on the spot. Isn't that a divine herb garden? There are so many divine herbs, and there are even level 8 and level 9 divine herbs. Is it a Void Sky divine artifact? And a supreme grade Void Sky divine artifact at that. Chapter 2105. 4 Steps in the Illusionary Sky. Winner, are these all yours? Long Xiaotian asked in disbelief as he looked at Zhuan. Father, gather some people and move all these resources into Heavenly Armor Planet. If Ryuka wants to develop, we need resources, Zhuan said with a smile. Long Xiaotian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard these words. These resources that they did not even dare to imagine were actually brought by Zhuan. Wasn't this a little too shocking? After regaining their senses, Long Xiaotian and the others immediately arranged for the cultivators from Heavenly Armor Planet to move the countless resources inside. This space contained all the resources of the Luotian Palace back in the day. Millions of years ago, the Luotian Palace was a giant in the far west. Even the Great Brahma Palace in the Star Field was wary of them. Even though they had declined because of the Great Brahma Palace, their resources were still much more than the 10 great sects in the Star Field. The resources that Zhuan had brought over from the Dark Fantasy sect were not plentiful, but compared to the resources here, they were nothing. With so many resources, and the resources that Zhuan had taken from the Dark Fantasy sect, as long as the Ryuka was given enough time, Zhuan knew that the Ryuka would become as powerful as the 10 great sects sooner or later. Zhuan planned to settle the Ryuka in the far west after he left this time. He wanted the Ryuka to take root here and continue to develop. After so many years of hard work, Zhuan knew the importance of having his own power. When Zhuan had first ventured into the star field, his foundation was too shallow, and the Ryuka was too weak then. They did not have many resources, so their development was naturally very slow. However, things are different now. Not only had Zhuowen taken from the dark fantasy sect, but he had also obtained many resources from the Luotian palace. With so many resources, even a pig could become strong. Furthermore, the cultivators selected by the Ryuka were the best of the best. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation would not be any slower than the geniuses in the star field. The king's spirit was very envious. He saw many divine medicines and skills that were suitable for him. However, the king's spirit did not dare to touch them. After all, these resources did not belong to him. They belonged to Zhuowen. Now that he was Zhuowen's servant, he did not dare to take them. Of course, with the king's spirit's arrogance, he was not going to beg Zhuowen. King Spirit, Zhuowen said, King Spirit, I see that you're not too far from the 8 steps. Zhuowen said King Spirit. Said Chun, the King Spirit's body trembled, and he looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. He then knelt down and said, Thank you, Master. Go. I hope you can reach the 8 steps as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to help me. Zhuowen said, and went to check the resources to see if there were any suitable resources for him. The King Spirit nodded and went to choose the resources he wanted. There were indeed many resources here. Long Xiaotian organized nearly 1,000 people, and it took them a few days to move all the resources into the heavenly armor planet inside Devour's body. Zhuowen could use Devour's devouring power to absorb all the resources around him into his inner world. However, this would cause the resources to be piled up randomly, and some of the precious items might even be damaged. This time, the thousands of people who were mobilized were strictly categorized and carefully inspected. Among them, the highest quality resources were naturally in the hands of Zhuowen, and the rest were managed by the upper echelons of the Long family. Among the 1,000 people, Zhuowen saw some familiar faces, including Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian had followed Zhuowen to Middle-earth, and his innate talent wasn't bad. However, after Long Xiaotian had reached the heavenly god realm, his cultivation had stagnated and reached a bottleneck. Seeing so many juniors surpass him, Long Xiaotian didn't feel dispirited, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even when he saw Zhuowen, his eyes became evasive. Long Xiaotian, take these 10 bottles of fire spirit juice. They can help you break through to the true God realm and increase your comprehension temporarily. When Long Xiaotian was about to enter Devour's inner world, 10 bottles of fire spirit juice appeared in his hands, and a familiar voice echoed in his head. Long Tian was bewildered as he looked at the fire spirit juice in his hand. All of a sudden, he knelt in Zhuowin's direction, bowing from a distance. Then, he excitedly entered Devour's body. After collecting the huge amount of resources, he sat on the other side and began to cultivate. Zhuowen walked to the Tao Defiant, who was still stuck in the ground by the halberd. The Tao Defiant lowered his head and smiled. Brothers, I'm not lying. Since I'm so sensible, can you let me live? Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. However, I'm curious. Can't you get out of the Luo God Palace ruins? Zhuowen asked. The Tao Defiant smiled bitterly. The Tao Defiants and the Martyrs have been cursed by the Luo God. They're completely lost in the Luo God Palace and can't get out for eternity. However, intruders like you can get out if you're not dead. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, Give me the exact location of the Sun Moon Lake, and I'll let you go. The Tao Defiant didn't hesitate to agree, and then he drew a map and passed it to Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen drew his halberd, and then the Tao Defiant left in panic. Seeing the Tao Defiant leave, Zhuowen knew that the Tao Defiant wouldn't dare to provoke Zhuowen again. Zhuowen looked at the Emperor's spirit, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. After hesitating for a while, he decided to cultivate here. He had a lot of resources with him. Perhaps he could rely on these resources to reach a higher level in a short time and reach the 4th level of the virtual sky realm. As for the black-clothed Zhuowen, due to the existence of the ice lotus, he didn't have to worry about the threat of the fire. He could continue cultivating here and hope that he could become true God Extreme Fire soon. The original body and the doppelganger sat opposite each other. The original body took out piles of resources and started to do breathing exercises to absorb the energy of the resources that surrounded him. As for the doppelganger, he took out piles of disaster crystals. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, the original body of Zhuowen didn't move at all. He had been absorbing resources. Although his aura was growing stronger, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. On the other hand, the black-clothed Zhuowen had survived 5 fires during this period of time. The 15th fire, in particular, had been extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Zhuowen had the Ice Lotus and had survived it unscathed. That day, the original body in white opened his eyes abruptly. In the void behind him, there was a huge virtual sky bridge that appeared quietly. The original body in white leaped up and landed on the 3rd step of the virtual sky bridge. Then, his gaze landed on the 4th step that was dim. Virtual sky bridge 4 steps is also known as space-time disorder. When I reach the 4th step, I will be able to control the power of space-time completely. I will be able to control space-time completely, and I will be able to control space-time completely. My speed will be as fast as Torch Dragon Wings. If I were to combine it with Torch Dragon Wings, my speed will be even faster. The original body in white let out a blazing light from his eyes. He then took a step forward and landed on the 4th step. Suddenly, under the original body's feet, countless space-time started to distort. Zhuowen only felt that his body was being torn apart along with the distortion. Charge over. Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter like the stars in the sky. Then he stepped on the 4th step of the virtual sky bridge. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the space-time and time around Zhuowen stopped at the same time. The space-time around him was in a complete mess. Zhuowen's white robe fluttered in the wind as he stood on the 4th step. Although the space-time around him was in a mess, he was still as unmoving as a rock. Zhuowen leaped up. Suddenly, the space-time under his feet froze. Zhuowen's step seemed to have transcended time and space. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as the speed of light. Virtual sky bridge 4 steps, space-time disorder, and I successfully advanced just like that. Zhuowen's mouth was full of smiles. Although the original body's cultivation wasn't high, its strength was extremely powerful. Although it was only virtual sky bridge 4 steps, an ordinary virtual sky bridge 6 steps might not necessarily be a match for the original body. After all, the original body had many trump cards, and it even had the powerful enhancement of the 7th level Tao Will. Zhuowen had just advanced to virtual sky bridge 4 steps. Before the joy on his face faded, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked in the direction where Di Ling was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, Di Ling's aura was extremely terrifying. Bolts of lightning appeared around Di Ling's body. The lightning became more and more terrifying and spread in all directions. The raging lightning condensed into a fierce and huge lightning domain. There were countless palaces in the lightning domain. It was like the immortal realm was overflowing with immortal chi. 8 steps virtual sky bridge, 8 steps lightning punishment. Looks like Di Ling is about to advance. Chapter 2106. Lightning punishment of the immortal realm. A gigantic illusory bridge appeared behind the Emperor's spirit. 7 steps of the King Spirit's virtual bridge were lit up, and on the 8th step, there was a huge thunder field. Lightning filled the sky, forming countless palaces of lightning that blocked the Emperor's spirit's advance. The Emperor's spirit's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He leaped onto the 7th step and stared at the lightning field on the 8th step. Lightning punishment of the 8 steps of the immortal realm. I must succeed, the Emperor's spirit murmured. This realm was his dream, and now that he was about to break through, he couldn't help but feel excited. Rumble. The Emperor's spirit leaped into the lightning field. Suddenly, a vast amount of lightning swept over and gathered on the Emperor's spirit's body. In an instant, The Emperor Spirit's figure was completely covered by countless lightning bolts. Zhuan looked at the lightning field in silence. His heart trembled. He could feel that the lightning in the immortal realm was much more terrifying than the one he had experienced during his 20th lightning disaster. Zhuan knew that he couldn't interfere in this matter, so he just sat cross-legged on the spot and waited silently. The Emperor Spirit had told him that the 8 steps of the immortal realm was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could be turned into ashes. If the Emperor Spirit failed this time, he might die. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. The lightning became more and more terrifying. The space began to tremble, and countless spatial cracks appeared. Zhuan frowned and looked at the monarch spirit's ethereal bridge while resisting the space cracks around him. Rumble! With a terrifying, explosive sound, the entire space was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Zhuan stepped on the gaps between the cracks in the space and dodged continuously. Then, he darted out and left the space, appearing above the Luo god statue. At this moment, countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the Luo god statue. Even the restrictions surrounding the Luo god statue had been annihilated into nothingness at this moment. Rumble! Lightning that was like an upside-down galaxy suddenly swept out from beneath the feet of the Luo god stone statue. Like a Boston ivy, it spread out in all directions. In an instant, 90% of the Luo god palace was filled with terrifying lightning. These thunderbolts were like fine raindrops. Then, they began to interweave together, forming an incomparably huge thunder region. Within it, there were rows upon rows of palaces formed by thunderbolts. There were countless of them. Zhuan landed in a corner and silently watched all of this, and a wisp of shock arose in his heart. No wonder why cultivators at the 8th step of the Void Heaven realm were so powerful. Just the power of the breakthrough was already so terrifying. If they succeeded, their power would be enough to stun others. Although Zhuan had successfully escaped from Yuwusi, Zhuan knew very well that it was all due to luck and the heavenly domain starry sky essence that he possessed. If it wasn't for that, Zhuan would have died 1,000 times over. Now, Zhuan was no longer the same as before. Although his cultivation was only at the 4 steps of the Void Sky realm, with his many trump cards, even the 7 steps of the Void Sky realm might not be a match for Zhuan. Zhuan might not be a match for Yuwusi at the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm, but he knew that it would be difficult for Yuwusi to kill him. Moreover, once the Emperor Spirit reached the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm, Yuwusi would have to be wary of Zhuan. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "I still have to go back to the star field. There are some old debts that need to be settled." The lightning punishment in the immortal realm lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before it finally dissipated. The Emperor Spirit finally reached the 8th step of the Void Sky Bridge and successfully became the strongest 8 steps of the Void Sky realm. The Emperor Spirit put away the Void Sky Bridge and slowly landed in front of Zhuan. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Thank you for your gift, Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm so quickly." Although the Emperor Spirit wasn't far from the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm, he had been stuck at this level for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to break through. If Zhuan hadn't allowed him to choose 3 items from the Luo God Palace, the Emperor Spirit wouldn't have been able to find the herbs and other resources that were suitable for him to break through. The Emperor Spirit knew that he was Zhuan's servant, and that Zhuan didn't have to give him any resources. He could have just worked for him for 1,000 years. However, Zhuan didn't do that. Instead, he allowed him to choose the resources in advance without any restrictions. In other words, if the Emperor Spirit took a level 9 divine herb, Zhuan wouldn't say anything. Therefore, the Emperor Spirit was very grateful for what Zhuan had done. He changed the way he addressed Zhuan, showing that he was willing to submit to him. Zhuan nodded and said, "Since you are my servant, I won't mistreat you. As long as you can do something for me in the future, I won't mistreat you." After that, Zhuan took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Emperor's spirit. "There are 5 drops of heavenly field star essence in here. Take them first. If you use them all up, I'll give you more." The Emperor's spirit took the jade bottle and felt grateful. For the first time, he felt that being Zhuowen's servant wasn't a bad thing. After all, the resources Zhuowen possessed far exceeded most of the forces in the great Brahma domain. With so many drops of heavenly field star essence and Zhuowen's talent and strength, he would be able to shock the world in the future. Although the Emperor's spirit was proud and arrogant, he couldn't help but admire Zhuowen. In his heart, he acknowledged Zhuowen as his master. Zhuowen nodded. He knew very well that if he wanted his subordinates to work for him, not only did he need to show them power, he also needed to show them kindness and let them know that he was a reliable master. Only then would he be able to make the best use of them. "Follow me and leave the Luo God Palace." As Zhuowen spoke, he took a step forward and headed towards the Luotian Palace ruins. The Defiant knew the Luo God Palace ruins like the back of his hand. Naturally, he knew the shortcut to the exit. Before Zhuowen had released the Tao Defiant, the Tao Defiant had drawn the route to the exit of the Luotian Palace under Zhuowen's guidance and handed it to Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen knew the exit of the Luo God Palace ruins very well. Above the white fog, Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit floated in the air, silently looking down at the huge star below them. The two of them had just left the star, which was where the Luo God Palace ruins were located. The Emperor's spirit's gaze was complicated. Back then, the main force that entered the Luo God Palace ruins was him and Yao Xiong. Zhuowen was just an insignificant outsider. Now that they had left the Luo God Palace ruins, everything had changed. Yao Xiong was dead, and the Emperor's spirit had become a slave. The biggest winner was the young man in white in front of him. "Let's go to the ancient sword tomb," Zhuowen said, and left with the Emperor's spirit. Although the Emperor's spirit was puzzled as to why Zhuowen wanted to go to the ancient sword tomb, he didn't refuse. Although the ancient sword tomb had already closed, Zhuowen naturally had his own reasons for saying so. In the star where the ancient sword tomb was located, there were still many cultivators searching for it. The entrances to the waning moon crescent were connected in all directions. Every day, there were many cultivators who ventured into the waning moon crescent. Although the ancient sword tomb was closed, there were still many secret realms on the star where it was located. Once you found something, you would be rewarded handsomely. The arrival of Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit attracted the attention of many cultivators. The main reason was that the Emperor's spirit didn't hide his powerful aura at all. At this moment, the Emperor's spirit's body was like a raging dragon, whistling with the wind, creating a terrifying gale around him. How terrifying! This person is definitely a peerless expert. I feel that this person is even more terrifying than our sect leader. This person's aura is even stronger than Void Sky Stage 7. Could it be Void Sky Stage 8? Everyone was shocked by the Emperor's spirit's power, but many people also noticed that the Emperor's spirit was willing to follow behind the young man in white. On the other hand, the aura of this young man was only at the 4th step of the Void Sky realm. This caused the majority of the cultivators to be confused and even surprised. They really couldn't understand why an expert at the 8th step of the Void Sky realm would be so servile to a cultivator at the 4th step. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to the gazes on the star. Instead, he slowly looked at the closed ancient sword tomb. What is this person doing? The ancient sword tomb is closed. Does he want to force the sword out? Once the ancient sword tomb is closed, there will be a terrifying restriction array around it. Does this person want to die? Amidst the numerous criticisms, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve, and an extremely ordinary damaged ancient sword flashed out. The moment the rusty ancient sword flew out, the originally quiet ancient sword tomb was set off a huge wave. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.